start this.
You say I make you nervous, a tragedy, I'm a beautiful disaster, a reckoning, you wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face, got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you break your back to make me feel again, suffocate to make me breathe again, lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, cause you should know only fools tread with the angels. Fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone. So save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break, swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You break your back to make me feel again, suffocate to make me breathe again, lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. If we are one grain of sand in the middle of the ocean, can you try to understand how a touch can cause explosions? Rise up, I'm too great to be landed. Rise up, we're too great to be standing.
They never gonna stop us, fly at 'em like choppers, better cook those risks, cold blood in my fists, we fire starters, one out of a million will reach those heights, always get a feeling that I won't deny, not work, never ties, look in my eyes, I'm on the rise. Rise, part of my size, trying to make sense of it all comprised. Highs, been in these skies, have us stuck down, feeling paralyzed, but I'm up now, we all too late to fall. Yeah, anyone coming up, I'll lift them all. Never look down when there's risk involved. I got guts, got a lot, I gotta risk it all. Ain't got no feelings, we just floating. Yeah, I'm that grain of sand that made it out the ocean. A couple milli now, I'm causing a commotion. I've been coasting, hear my name around the world like an explosion.
So rise up, rise up. We are the apocalypse, and a pill that keeps us floating. As we fly above the stars, the night won't scare us falling. So rise up, I'm too great to be landed.
our fists, we fire starters. Let's go. One out of a million will reach those heights. Always had a feeling that I won't deny that work. Never can toss. Look at my eyes, I'm on the rise.
Let's get started. Welcome, everyone. Oh, shit. I almost forgot. One last thing. Me. Almost forgot. Me. This is what happens when you do it last minute. I'm just kidding. I am invisible. My avatar will... Alright, it's time to get started. And there I am. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the Zilla Show. I am your host, Rickzilla. And, well, and tonight we are going to be taking a look at some insane, idiotic people. We're going to be talking about, well, this is a video live show. As you see, there's Rev trying to atone for his sins because, well, Shani is a malignant narcissist. We've got Adrastia simping for James. We've got Letitty reading out her affidavit. We might take a look at some Tony Chase. We've got assuming if we can make it. Assuming if this stream doesn't get cut short because the last few streams I did on Streamlabs, they got cut short. Probably because of some technical issues. I also believe that it's probably Letitty Sims. But no use crying over spilt milk. Let's get it on. So, Shani was convinced that Jason, Rev, was flirting with hookers on Facebook. And as punishment, Shani forced him to shave his head and wear the letter A on his forehead. He is a failure of a man. He just went to go get some drugs.
Just so you can hang out with some ugly fucking guy.
I hate to see this man defeated. But then again, he deserves it.
Hey Quasi, I don't know how long I've been awake.
No, I don't know how long I've been awake either.
No, I'm not okay. I fucked up real bad.
Hey, Miss Moonbear. It's good to see you here.
Stop taking this. Yeah, I know. Get out, Rev. You need to get out of this situation.
Aren't you supposed to be proving how much you want me?
She is abusing you. Run.
Sorry about that.
Whatever. You ain't gonna do what you said you were gonna do.
I'm reading the chat, and I'm supposed to answer every question. That's what I'm supposed to do.
That's funny.
You're the victim.
Yeah, he's the victim.
Everyone can see it.
Well, yeah, you are. It's always Shani's always the victim.
Not her abusive, toxic love. She's an abuser. You are the victim. Get out. Save yourself, please.
Hashtag run, Rev, run.
God, run.
Yeah, I'm the abuser, but he cheated and he left me alone.
Run, Jason. We're not your.
Yeah. So all this started because Jason left her alone to get some drugs so that she can get high and retreat to her fantasy world because she lost her kids. Thank God. I mean, think the maker. So now she's coming down off her high and blaming Jason for her babies being taken from her care. It's always everyone else's fault that she lost her kids. It's never her fault because, again, in Shani's mind, she thinks she can do no wrong. She thinks she is a role model to her kids. Kind of like how Letitia sees herself as a good mother and a good person in her reality.
Enemy. Listen to the cops. They were right. She's abusive. Get out. Please, Rev. She's gaslighting you. Yep, I know it.
Oh, this is how you prove to get me back, Jason?
Oh, video's too low? I got you.
You did gaslight me.
How did I gaslight you?
You tell me I'm lying about things I'm not lying about. She burned through all your money, dude. Get out. Man,
Get
you're
out.
like Johnny Depp, man.
Wow. Wow. You hurt me, and you're going to continue to hurt me?
This is what the audience is saying.
You're going to continue to hurt me?
This is what the audience is saying.
Well, good. This is not proving you want me back. This isn't you admitting to your faults.
I already admitted everything.
You didn't admit it on there.
And?
Shouldn't you tell the people what you fucking did?
I think everybody in the community knows what I did.
Oh, so you're not going to admit it on your channel?
Now what
Yeah,
the hell?
I'll say the whole story right now.
No, you're not going to admit it on your fucking channel. I can't with you, Jason.
I'll say it. I'll say it. I'm doing what you told me to do, which is read the chat. That's what I'm doing.
You're supposed to be saying you want me back.
I do.
No, you don't. Not if you do this. And you could try to make it seem like
better?
I'm abusive to you when I'm not.
It's what they're saying. Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna tell you
I hate
everything.
you.
I'm gonna tell you what happened. Okay? Because
You're
that's
a piece of shit.
It's everyone
Yeah.
else's fault.
you don't ever hear me doing that with her.
Like the
calling
stream,
her
folks.
names
Like the
and-
stream.
Oh, you liar. You call me names every day, and now I'm gassed up, and now I'm the wrong. I hate
Trouble in
you.
paradise.
So here's what happened. A couple days ago, I started
It
getting.
wasn't a couple days ago. It was Tuesday.
It was
When
Tuesday.
you got out of jail.
We
No,
got
it
out of
wasn't that soon
jail.
that this happened. It was a couple days ago that I started getting tons of friend requests on Facebook. And I learned pretty quickly that the majority of them were female prostitutes. So what did I do?
Prostitutes.
I decided it'd be a fun, stupid idea to troll the shit out of them.
You showed your baby
By
carrot.
saying, hey, you're hot. Hey, here's my dick pic. I thought it would be funny.
And then you told them where you were.
So,
Well, of course. Shani can't let Rev have any fun. No fun in Shani's domicile. It's her way. It has to be her way all the time and no one else's. This is why people kept saying to Rev, run, because she is so controlling. Imagine if Rev had the same problem. Imagine if Rev and Letitia hooked up. It would be the same thing, except worse. She would threaten to murder the cats if Rev didn't pay attention to her 24/7. It's basically the same thing. I mean, Shani and Letitia are different, and yet they're the same. They're pretty much the same person, except one's pregnant and the other one is over 600 pounds. They're both obsessed with a man named Jason. They're both malignant narcissists. They both use religion as a crutch, and they both lost custody of their kids.
Why don't you say that?
I told them where I was. Wow, when it's on my profile that I'm in Scranton, Pennsylvania. So anyway, I did that, and it's been made now.
Asking for sex. You were asking for sex, Jason.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, you were. Shall I read another text of yours?
Go ahead. Read all my texts.
God, you're such a liar.
So that's what happened. That's all that happened.
There's C3.
I never met a prostitute for sex. I never paid for sex.
Also,
nothing.
Yeah, but you sure asked about it.
Trolling. Yep.
And giving your dick pics to women.
Trolling.
No. It's not trolling, Jason. That's not how you troll people.
No, I know about everything they're saying is get the hell out now. You're abused horribly. Get out.
Yeah, but get out.
I am.
Get out. You don't love me. You never did.
See, I did this for her. This. I look like this now. And that was for her.
Yep. That was your punishment. That was your atonement for sending dick pics to prostitutes, Jason. Shanny needs to get you... Shanny's going to have to get used to the idea of being alone forever, because no one in their right or wrong mind should ever be with this ham beast, this narcissistic monster. Well, there's Rev, but then again, there are times where Rev has these moments of clarity. And then there are times where he's lucid and has moments of clarity. And then there are times where Shanny forces him to take all these drugs to numb his brain and force him into a state of submission. Not to mention she tickles his prostate, especially when he was wet-brained.
This is for her.
How many women have I found you talking to like that?
They're all saying that's not cheating. That's not cheating. That's right, it's not.
Oh, wow. Now he's justifying himself.
They're all saying it's not cheating, and that's correct. It's not.
Damn
But
Kincaid.
anyway, that's how this was taken and perceived, and that's everything that happened. That's all that happened. But the cops were waiting for me outside, and they had a pamphlet for me and said, "You are a victim.
You are so
You have rights."
manipulative, Jason.
This is what happened. I'm telling the
So
truth.
Honestly manipulative.
I'm telling the truth of what happened.
Yeah, telling a woman where you're at. To saying, meet me at the park at Marywood.
So
Saying you want to eat her ass. Saying you want to eat her pussy.
I was trolling all of it.
That's not trolling, Jason.
Yes, it
You were
is.
looking for someone. And I'm not foolish enough to not believe that.
You can make it whatever you want. It's not what it was. So that's literally what happened, man. You know?
Yeah, make it like it's not a big deal, Jason.
It was a big deal.
It is a big deal.
Because it's a big deal to you.
It's not a big deal to you?
She needs to be arrested, Jason. Call the cops now.
True.
For what?
That's what she's saying. They're saying
I'm
this.
literally lying
Hey,
on my
Graciela.
bed.
Gracella.
Tell her to leave if she's unhappy.
Yeah, that's right. Hit the jewel.
They all want me to call the cops right now.
You should have called the cops. You should have called the cops. That's your house, Jason. That is your property. You should have called the cops on her. She has overstayed her welcome. She has siphoned off every cent from you. And now you're poor. You're home. Now you're basically... You guys are basic... Shanny and Rev are basically bums at this point. They're lazy bums at that. But they're bums nonetheless. E-begging constantly. Shanny threatening suicide on a daily basis. Shanny playing the victim, in hopes that her simps will pay attention to her and feel sorry for her so that they can give her money so that she can get high and not worry about everything else. This is why she lost custody of her kids. She cares more about her ego than she does her family.
They call the cops on me and tell them I'm lying on the bed, crying my eyes out because you did that to me. Just call them. Take me away. Take me out of my fucking misery.
Oh, here we go again. Suicide.
I want you happy.
And there's the fake whale cries. Amber Turd. She sounds like Chewbacca when she cries. Can't get that middle.
My face fucking hurts.
Oh my god, she does sound like Chewbacca when she cries. When she does her fake crying, she sounds like Chewbacca. That's the call of the whale. That's the call of the land whale.
Fucking dance anymore.
Oh, she's not the only one that's fake crying tonight. Graciela.
Hey, Shannon.
Ambeast.
Baby girl. Hey.
Don't call her baby girl. You're only going to encourage her age regression if you call her baby girl. I hate that fucking baby talk. It's even worse. I mean, well, Leticia's worse when she does her baby talk, when she's pretending to age regress.
You have your boys, and
I don't have my boys. You took them from me.
I don't have my boys. You took them from me. No, I mean, I'm sorry. I keep confusing each lolcow. They're all bad. They are all bad. I was gonna call her Letitty. No, Shannon. No, Hamber Turd. Your boys got taken away from you because you're a shitty parent. You're lazy as hell. You're addicted to the internet. You're surrounded by your own filth. Your only claim to fame is infamy, and you have no prospects for the future. For either future. Your kids, Jason's, yours, none. No prospects. You, Shani, are, by definition, a bum. A lazy bum at that.
And you have me too.
You piece of shit. You took them from me. You took my babies away.
No, I didn't.
You took my babies away, and I hate you for it.
You couldn't take care of them yourself anyway.
Go fuck
I'm 30 years old, Miss Moonbear. I'm a year older than you.
yourself.
I know. It's crazy. It's crazy how someone who is 30 is more mature than a woman who's nearing her 40s. Same thing with Letitty. I mean, I'm 30 years old, and already I'm acting a little more mature than most of these clowns.
You piece of shit! You took my babies away!
No, I didn't.
I have nothing anymore! Nothing to live for!
That's not true.
And I hate you!
I know you hate me. You've hated me for a long time.
You've gotten in trouble so many times with pornography!
Yeah.
And you do that!
I hate to be the elephant in the room, no pun intended, but Shani, didn't you and Rev do pornography when you did OnlyFans? I think everyone and their mother saw your so-called sexual prowess. It's like I don't know how to describe it. Like a twig trying to move up against a pile of mayonnaise. It's like a twig trying to it's like someone's trying to shuffle a twig into a pile of mayonnaise.
You do that! Looking for another woman! And don't let him manipulate you! I will show the fucking text, and I will drop them all on Twitter!
I'm a motherfucker.
Cares? Everybody's
I'm a badass.
heard it already.
Yeah, who cares? Who cares that you hurt your wife, right? Who cares that you don't console your wife after she loses her kids, right? Who cares? It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal that I lost my children. It's not a big deal that I have to go through all this fucking shit to get them back because of you.
I don't know how I would describe it. It's nasty. Like Mama June after hot yoga. Well, back when Mama June was like 700 pounds.
It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. You didn't care if you kicked Zachary. It wasn't a big deal for you.
It's basically two hobos fucking. That's how I would describe Shanny's OnlyFans.
I have atoned for that.
You've atoned for shit. Because you repeat same shitty fucking evil behavior. You didn't atone for shit, Jason.
And you give strangers more forgiveness than me.
I give more forgiveness?
To
I
strangers.
am so sorry you had to see that shit. C'est la vie media.
You, Jason? All the times you said, I'm sorry. Give me another chance. Sorry. Give me another chance.
Give me another chance. Give me another chance. You've had your chance.
Yes, I remember hitting Zach, and that's why I say it's atonement. I remember.
Atonement, my ass.
Shit. You took my whole life away from me.
You took my whole life
You
away from
ran
me.
into my life
My whole life
and
away from
insisted
me.
that I take you in. And
You took my whole life away from me. No, bitch. You forced. Holy shit, Miss Moonbear! Thank you for the $3, Miss Moonbear. Now premiering in theaters. James is never gonna score. A stalker quest for Tail. Oh my god! Thank you, Miss Moonbear. Thank you for the $3.
I did it.
I hate you. You took my whole life away from me.
Yes. In other news, James Robert Clark III is never gonna score. It's just not gonna happen. He's gonna get old. He's gonna die, knowing that he never had scored.
Yeah, I know.
Hashtag run, red, run. Hashtag
Yeah.
James is never gonna score. Hashtag Adrazi is gonna. Hashtag Mary's gonna lose her PayPal. Hashtag James murdered his parents.
Got everything I had. Yeah.
Hashtag Shanny ate Gavin.
Yeah, you're right, chat.
Hashtag Shanny
You're right.
ate Gavin.
Everything you're seeing in the chat's correct.
I know it's wrong to say that, but it's funny.
But I'll repeat it again. What happened? I was getting plinged
He's a
on my
bully.
phone constantly with obvious call girls. So
Call
I thought-
girls. Better pray to God that not. Better pray to God that not. You better pray to God that none of them is named Letitty. Can you imagine Letitia and Rev sexting on Facebook? And, ugh. It's like two hobos.
Trolled them, acting like I was going to be a John to them. That's what happened.
Oh, hey, Galactic Unicorn, what is up?
And it was made out to be the crazy. So that's it. That's literally it. Now I have to spend 24 hours in here, so that's an obligation I have.
Hashtag, yeah, Gray Man. Hashtag,
Hey, Jason. I have a question.
Yeah.
Come here.
What?
Come here.
hashtag Shanny ate Gavin.
Come here? Why? What?
You gonna get the whip. He gonna get the whip. He's gonna get the whip. Fetish whip. All I wanted was a Baja Blast. I just want to go to Taco Bell to get a Baja Blast.
You have everything left to look for, Shanny. Yes, you do.
I have nothing else to look for.
Shanny. Shanny.
Oh shit.
She's in the bathtub trying to cut herself.
And she can't.
My wife is not right. And she never was when she came to me.
You're not married. They're not even married. Also, this is from XX Archives. Shout out to XX Archive. And
She's psychotic.
I hate you.
she's threatening to cut herself. You know damn well that she can't cut herself. The most she can do is just, like I said, Shani doesn't really actually cut herself. She's a scratcher. If you've watched an old video of Drags when he was reviewing Shani's pro-COVID video, he showed some screenshots of Shani's self-harm. And you can barely even see the scars. He even then said, I had cat scratches that cut deeper than that. Hell, same here with me. I've even had baby scratches on my face that cut deeper than Shani. I've had paper cuts that cut deeper.
Lord Jesus, please help me.
Shani,
Jesus, take the wheel.
you're gonna...
Jesus, help me.
Shani, you're gonna force me to call the ambulance.
Please, Jesus, make this go away. This pain, make me go away, Jesus.
And yeah, she doesn't bleed. Yeah, she doesn't bleed blood, actual blood. She only bleeds Dr. Pepper because blood is for peasants. Her blood is only Dr. Pepper.
I think I'm gonna call the ambulance, guys, okay?
Oh, here we go again.
Yeah.
The call of the whale. The call of the land
I'll be
whale.
back.
And now here's another attention-seeking hobo who threatens suicide on a daily. And now here's another attention-seeking hobo who threatens suicide on a daily basis. And this is a message to James Robert Clark III. You know, here's Adrazia. The hobo with the heart of gold. The hobo with the heart of gold. So, if you don't remember, Hatman paid Adrazia $10 to say that James was never going to score and then laugh. Except she refused to tell James that he was never going to score. She refused the offer and just took his money instead. Yep. Unless I checked, didn't. Never mind. So, not Shani, Adrazia went off, going completely off her rocker, saying that, oh, these people are trying to kill me because I refuse to be part of their cult mentality. I refuse to be part of their cyberbullying tactics. You were paid to do a service, and you stole the money from Hatman. Even though, but instead of telling James that he's never going to score, she does the exact opposite. And encourages James that someone's going to be there for him.
Comments every time James comments, there's 20 people attacking him. And so what I want to say to you is the exact opposite of all of these people. I want to tell you, James, that there is somebody out there for everybody. There are 160 million women in America. For every man, there is a woman.
This is Mary Margaret Barone. a 37-year-old hobo living in Los Angeles, California, who is living in a Section 8 apartment, who threatens suicide on a daily basis, blames internet late night hosts for cyberbullying her and threatening to have her head on a platter, knowing that Adonis Paul, the cartoon man, said that he wants nothing to do with her. And Adonis Paul has left Mary alone several times. But instead of taking the hint, Adrazia keeps saying, "You can't run away. You can't walk away." So now, yeah, it's our mission. It's the fuck people's mission to make sure that this e-begging, grifting hobo, this sociopath here, this duck murdering potato planter, doesn't get us dime. And you can help. And you can help by, well, checking out the, and you can help Zilla out by going to the pin comment. It keeps it helps the channel. It helps the channel out. It helps motivate me to make more content like this. And it also pisses off Mary because, again, she ain't gonna get a cent. And not to mention, Mary's gonna lose her PayPal. Or that's what we keep saying. Hashtag Mary's gonna lose her PayPal. And also, she owes Virgie money. And she owes me TP for my bunghole.
Just because you're not with the woman you want to be with at the time you want to be with them, there's 160 other women. There is somebody out there for everybody. Eventually,
she's 37 years old.
Find the perfect person for you.
Yeah.
And it really makes me mad that they keep making videos and comments making fun of you for being single and saying that you're never going to get anybody.
You're never going to score.
Are they trying to create an Elliot Rodgers situation?
No. Mary is ignoring the fact that James has been. Mary is ignoring the fact that James Robert Clark III has a history of stalking women online and in real life. There is a criminal record of James that proves proves everyone's claim. And most of the charges, I wouldn't even call, yeah, they could be misdemeanors, they could be charges, but the thing is, James Robert Clark III has a history of, harassing women online and in real life. He's been stalking a woman from Argentina. James was stalking a woman from Argentina since 2011, when she was 16 years old. Not to mention, James has also shared interest in girls under the age of 16. Girls that are fresh out of junior high, fresh out of high school. Girls who are teetering on the age. And he always makes up the excuse, and his excuse to liking pictures of 15-year-old girls is that age of consent laws are the age of consent laws. He tries to use like the age of consent laws in Philadelphia as an excuse. Not to mention, he also was caught liking girls younger than 15. There were screenshots where James was liking photos of girls under the age of 12. And this man was like in his like late 30s, early 40s. I mean, it's creepy and disgusting and revolting that a man who is almost 40 years old is preying on girls between the ages of 12 and 15. I'm not saying that he is a nonce, but I'm saying he is a nonce. And he tries to deny. And he tries to deny that he was a nonce. Saying that. And I mean, James has said a lot of fucked up shit, like saying, if you don't find a 15-year-old Nasia Lucan attractive, then you are impotent. And that is not something a normal person would say. And Mary, we're not creating an Elliot Rogers situation. James cannot be trusted with firearms. James is not allowed around firearms. The only thing James can do, he'll pretend that he's a karate master, but James is a coward. He's only going to retreat into his domicile. So, yeah.
Because that's all I see. And it's really disgusting. If you see somebody who's lonely, don't make them feel like they're going to be lonely forever or that they deserve to be lonely. Nobody deserves to feel that way. There's somebody out there for everybody. There's even somebody out there for me, and I don't even want there to be.
Yeah. There's a thing about Adrastia that most people like to catch on, is that there are rumors suggesting that Adrastia is a magnet for chomos. Probably because she looks like a kid. She acts like a kid. And she does that whole Lolita thing with her ex, with one of her exes, who was a convicted chomo who murdered his handicapped fiance of 10 years and is serving a life sentence. But there has been debate, but there were emails that suggest that Mary coerced him into, quote unquote, getting rid of his fiance. Perhaps she meant put her in a nursing home. Apparently, he didn't get the message.
Because I don't like sex, but I know somewhere out there is another man who doesn't like sex that would want to be with me. So, just don't give up hope. That's all I can say to anybody out there who is suffering or who is lonely, who is being attacked, who feels hopeless. There is always somebody.
It's a joke. Yeah, that became, the whole give Virgie his money thing was a joke. And it became like a meme. Kind of like how James is never going to score became a meme. And by the way, Mary, I was the one that started the whole James is never going to score thing. AP just ran with it. And I can say that I am fully proud of the creation of my creation. I could say I am proud that my creation has taken up a life of its own, because it has, and it must spread on further. The message must be spread further, even on social media. We need to make that a thing to hashtag James is never going to score. On Twitter, put hashtag JRC3 is never going to score.
Out there.
And by the way, and speaking of that whole, are we going to create another Elliot Rogers situation? Yeah, about that. We're already seeing that happen with Letiti. We're more concerned that Letiti is going to end up snapping, and is going to snap and pull an Elliot Rogers situation.
For you. There's always somebody out there. It's never hopeless. And it's never over. Until it is.
Danny Saint said, all right.
I'm going to be...
And now here's the man. James. This is James Robert Clark. His chin is fucking huge. He looks like those Easter Island heads. When he was bald, when he shaved his head, he looked like an Easter Island head. Looked like Squidward's house. This is JRC3, aka James Robert Clark III. This is the man I keep saying is never going to score. For those of you who are new to this guy, this is James Robert Clark III. JRC3. This is the man that everybody keeps telling is never going to score. And yes, I'm going to bring up the Galena thing. Because to understand JRC3 is to understand Galena.
Hey Galena, I'm gonna try and be as easy and gentle on you as possible.
In case you don't know, Galena was a catfish that was created by Sir Hatman and a few other people. And the goal for the Galena account was to steer James away from Eliana, the woman he was obsessed with for an entire decade.
Possible. Look, the reason I'm making this video public is because I'm getting tired of this shit. I believe you. I believe everything about you. Okay? What I think the problem is I think your father is a fucking retard. That's what I think the problem is. When I ask you for proof of who you are, you need to give me...
Yes, Miss Moonberry, you just showed, wait, whoa. You showed Mr. Moon, JRC3? If he tries, and by the way, didn't you suggest to Hatman to tell? By the way, Miss Moonberry, weren't you the one that gave Hatman the idea to pay Mary to say that James was never going to score? It's funny how it's kind of funny how we started this fire, and the fire shall rise. Yeah, we pretty much were the one. Yeah, so Moon and I were pretty much the ones that started the fire between these two, between James and Mary.
Me proof of who you are. I believe you. I just think your father's a fucking retard. Seriously.
Also, this guy used to be like a white nationalist. He also used to be a neo-Nazi. And then he started talking with Galena because he thought that they shared common interests when obviously they are nothing alike.
He is a fucking retard. Okay? So the next time he grounds you...
Also, James is also a vegan too, like Letitia. But instead of buying expensive Whole Foods, because James is so poor, can't even afford to pay attention, James gets his money from the government, from Social Security, from government assistance. James doesn't have a job, but he has money, taxpayer money. But he doesn't really go out that much. He usually stays in his little Section 8 apartment in Philadelphia. And he makes these crazy videos addressed to the people that he's obsessed with. People like Eliana, people like Galena, the nurse. And he always goes out, tries to call out internet talk show hosts such as Adonis Paul, Royce Lopez, JJ Stoner, and of course Hatman.
You call the fucking police on him.
And by the way, Moon, did you tell your husband that if James ever came to your neighborhood, you would that he would whoop his ass
and have his ass thrown in prison? Okay? And the next time you see that I want proof of who you are, you send me proof of who you are. Because flat out, I'm tired of looking like a fucking idiot in public because of you. Okay? Now, you know I love you. I think you know I love you. You gave me a way out. Okay? And I didn't take that way out, and I never would take that way
By
out.
this asshole state.
I do care about you. I do love you, and I look forward to marrying you, and I look forward to having children
Yes,
with you. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Moonbear would crush that guy's chin. Mr. Moonbear would whoop this guy's ass if he ever came across their kids. Especially their daughter. Because we all know, because last time James Clark went after Adonis Paul's daughter, and Adonis Paul told his ex-wife, and AP's ex-wife called the cops on James because AP has the right to inform the ex-wife about this guy. And if anyone if anyone who has like a daughter, and this guy tries that shit with you, please notify the police if he ever says what he's going to do to anyone's children. Notify the police if he ever tries to come at you and your kids.
Okay, I don't believe you're a troll. I believe you're a real girl. But what you need to do is you need to start standing up for yourself, and you need to realize if you want to be my wife, the only important thing to you needs to be getting to me, marrying me, getting impregnated by me.
Also, not to mention, this guy thinks he's a karate expert because he took a few classes with some guy who runs like a junior YMCA, who works at like a YMCA. It's not like some Cobra Kai shit. He thinks he's like he thinks he's like the Karate Kid, but in actuality, he's a coward. James is a coward. He hides behind a facade that he's a tough guy. But that's just fake toughness. That's just an act. He's really a coward, and he's weak. Weak-willed, weak-minded. He's just weak in general. And I just like to show this video because this
you, puts you down, grounds you like a child. Fuck him.
And by the way, James only knew Galena. James has only met Galena, and he already has plans to marry her. And he only met her in a week. The Galena profile was like in her 20s, even though it wasn't really an actual person. But it wasn't really an actual person. It was a catfish, and he fell for it. When it was revealed that Galena was Hatman, he went completely off the rails. And he immediately went back to his plans to visit Argentina.
Fuck him. As far as this other shit, you want me to help you with these trolls and dealing with these people that are fucking with you like they're fucking with you? How am I going to do that? You're not giving me enough information to deal with these people. You're not giving me anything. I'm asking you for screenshots. I'm asking you for information. Okay? I don't give a fuck about Eric Snowden. I don't give a fuck about the internet. I don't give a fuck about this shit. What I need proof that you're who you are. Not because I don't.
Yeah, he is saying he needs proof that Galena's who she says she is. And people were telling him that Galena's a troll, Galena's a catfish, and he was in denial. When it was revealed that Hatman was Galena, he was still in denial until a few days when he accepted that Galena was a catfish. And then immediately after learning that Galena was Hatman, he went back to pursuing Eliana. He went back to making plans to go to Argentina. Yeah. Despite the fact that Eliana had to go on Daywave Radio to tell James to leave her the fuck alone. I mean, how bad does a person have to be when the victim has to go on a morning internet talk show to tell her stalker to leave her alone? And even after Eliana told him to leave her alone, he still pursued her after.
I don't believe you. Not because I don't believe you, but because I don't trust you. How can I trust somebody that can't do that? How can I trust somebody that can't trust me after I've done what I've done? Okay? Now, if you move in with me, I can guarantee you are not going to have to cook, clean, or bake a goddamn loaf of bread ever again in your goddamn life. You can focus on sleeping enough. You can focus on getting your recovering from, whatever the hell is going on down there that I don't.
Almost forgot to mention, James is also a TI, or a targeted individual. He thinks that there are people on the internet stalking him, which is ironic because he's been stalking people on the internet. He is obsessed with Hatman. He is extremely obsessed with Hatman.
No, okay? But you don't need to be putting up with this shit. If your dad grounds you, go to the goddamn police. And if you don't, I will.
Yeah, he is extremely possessive.
I'm tired of the crap.
And answer me this. Does this sound like a normal adult, a normal man who is nearing 40? Does this sound like a normal man who's nearing 40? No. This sounds like an entitled child.
But I need to know that you're who you are. Because this is bullshit at this point. Absolute bullshit. Okay? So I've had enough of this crap. You want to be my wife? Act like you're my wife. Obey me. Listen to me and do what I say. Okay? And I'm not like that, but it's getting to the point where I'm getting really fed the hell up with the
mentally, emotionally, he is stuck emotionally at the age of 13. James can read, James could write, but he doesn't have the faculties to process things emotionally, which take years of discipline and understanding to master beyond that of a prepubescent boy.
Crap. So if you want to be my wife, do what I say. Communicate with me. Fuck your father.
Your father ain't shit.
Your father ain't shit anymore. I'm your daddy.
Yeah, that's what he said. I'm your daddy. And now, let's take a look at the man who is obsessed with this nurse. Hell, Drunken Peasants were covering this guy, but they're more focused on him stalking the nurse rather than him obsessing over minors on Instagram. I mean, it's part of the lore of James Clark, is the part where he's obsessing over pictures of minors on Instagram. And not to mention, there's a screenshot of him saying that he's a proud Lolita lover.
Clear as day here. Okay, people are saying that I'm stalking this young lady that I'm fond of. Generally, when somebody's stalking somebody, they don't call their place of business and tell the security personnel to be on high alert because there's creepy sons of bitches online threatening to stalk somebody at that job.
And AP said it best. He needs to get used to being alone because there is no woman in their right or wrong mind is ever going to be with him. because he's creepy, he's weird, and he's insane. He's dangerous. If it wasn't for the internet, he would be the next Ted Bundy. Or worse, he would be the next John Wayne Gacy. Or no, scratch it. If it wasn't for the internet, he would be the next Ted Bundy. Or worse, he would be the next Ed Kemper.
And generally speaking...
Or no. Or worse, he would be the next Richard Ramirez. If it wasn't for his YouTube channel, James would be the next Richard Ramirez.
They don't tell the security personnel to be on high alert and make sure all of the nurses are safe, because there's creepy sons of bitches that don't know exactly which nurse it is, but they're trying to creep on one of the nurses. Okay, you people got me to act pretty stupid with Eliana by trying to make me think that her life was in danger and trying to threaten my life. Okay, that went on for years.
No, James. No, James. Eliana found you creepy. Even before she went on Daywave, she knew that you were being creepy towards her. You were pretty much obsessing over her to the point where it's unhealthy. Unhealthy for you, because you think, well, I ain't gonna lie, Eliana is a good-looking girl. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Eliana is smoking hot. And Daniel is lucky to have Eliana. I mean, have you seen pictures of Eliana? Well, pictures of her now? Pictures of her and Daniel together? I mean, oh my God, they're going to make beautiful kids. That's something James will never do. And Eliana said it best. I wish I had the recording on me, but unfortunately, I don't have any recordings of Eliana telling James that he's never going to score. Someone paid Eliana to tell James that he's never going to score. And I am all here for it. Because she's right. Everybody's right. James is never going to score. Not with his attitude. He can act like he is a gentleman, but in actuality, he is dangerous. He's the type of person you're going to read about in a headline when he does something extremely dramatic.
I won't fall for that again. This young lady won't fall for your shit either, because she knows what's going on. She went to my channel, she saw what was going on, and she decided very quickly not to involve herself with me due to the craziness going on. I know that. I'm not stupid.
Yeah.
Okay? Does it suck?
Yes,
Of course
Anti-Green.
it does.
AP said it in his document, in the first part of the James documentary series, that James has no mirror in his mind. He thinks he's still 15. In his mind, he still thinks he's 15 years old. Even though all this talk about all this talk about summer fun, going berry picking with this nurse that he is now obsessed with. And he talks about fun fall stuff too. I mean, does this sound like something a normal adult would say? Does this sound like something a man who is nearing 40 would say to a nurse who is probably in her early 20s?
Is it my fault? No. Is it her fault? No. Okay? It's just the situation that I have to deal with because of you little shitheads. Okay? That's the bottom line there. Now, this woman's safety is a top priority to me. People used to make fun of me and go, oh, well, why'd you get a plane ticket to go to Argentina? Why didn't you contact the police in Argentina?
James thinks that he's gonna save Eliana from Royce Lopez. James at one point thought that Eliana was being held hostage to he thought that Eliana was being held captive by Royce Lopez of Daywave Radio. No. They thought that she was being bribed by ROTC to tell James off. But This is his mind. This is what he actually believes. And he thought that he was going to rescue her from her captors. From her captors. I mean, from her abductors. Once again, this man is almost 40 years old. And he thinks that a woman is being held captive against her will by an internet talk show host. I'm not joking. That's what he believed. That's what he still believes. But now he thinks that Eliana betrayed him by getting married to a much successful man. A much successful man who obviously has a good head on his shoulder and is really good looking. I ain't gonna lie. If I were gay, I'd eat it to him. I'd jerk it to him. Just kidding, but still. Daniel is much more successful in things that James pretends that he is. I would bet that Daniel might be a karate master too. An actual karate master. But like what AP says, karate is for kids. And James doesn't seem to understand that.
Well, let's see, because a woman with an extremely common first and last name may or may not be being stalked. She abruptly stopped talking to me. I've been through this. The police wouldn't...
Almost, I forgot to mention that James thought that Daniel was an actor being a paid actor hired by Royce Lopez to fuck with James. That's what James believed. Because keep in mind, he was still obsessed with Eliana when she announced that she and Daniel got married. And there were like honeymoon videos of them together. And Hatman says that if they could start an OnlyFans together, Eliana and Daniel. While James sits alone, beating off to Hatman, because we all know that. I wish I had the audio recording, but Hatman has all the rights to all of James's archives on the Tartanomicon, which he's gonna wait until Letiti is in jail, or probably Letiti is locked up for him to put the Letiti stuff on the Tartanomicon, because the Letiti stuff is on Odyssey right now, and that's where you got the real boobies. And Lord knows how much I like boobies, and Lord knows how much I like boobies.
Wouldn't have done anything. Okay? Now here, where I live, the police will do something, and the police will believe me.
Yep.
The hospital security will believe me. Okay?
He thinks that the nurse is being harassed by internet people. But in actuality, Hatman informed the hospital that this guy has been harassing one of their employees. Yep. I'm not joking. Yeah, Letiti keeps striking the Tartanomicon because she wants control of the narrative. It's either Letiti or her simps. This is why I was hesitant to do a Streamlabs thing, because I was afraid that Letiti was going to strike it because, well, I'm going to say I think I should save Letiti for last.
Not to mention, this young lady's not a complete idiot like my former friend, and actually has the ability to reason out, wow, none of this makes any sense, except for the fact that this guy's being harassed and stalked, because that's what the evidence shows. Okay? So, that's all for this video. You people are a bunch of shitheads. Before I start this video...
Hold on. Let me show some more of AP's, AP was one of the many people that James is obsessed with. I'm not joking.
I want to be sure.
Oh, that's Burger Boy. Never mind. So, James is trying to throw Adonis Paul under the bus because Adonis Paul was one of the people that called him out for being a predator. And Adonis Paul was Adonis Paul is the host of the Late Night with Adonis Paul show, which is usually on his hopefully his main channel will be back. He'll be back on the main channel hopefully soon. That's assuming Letitia doesn't strike it again, or one of Letitia's simps. That's assuming Letitia or one of her simps doesn't strike the channel because she wants control of the narrative, because she hates men.
Remember that Adonis Paul claims that I'm the sicko, okay? Now, what I want to point out, my mother's cause of death is actually unknown, as there was no autopsy done. She died under questionable, I don't know, I was not involved in her life.
Yeah, James does have a few simps, but most of them are other targeted individuals like himself. Most of the people that simp for James are targeted individuals who think that they're being gang stalked. James doesn't have any friends on here. He doesn't have any real friends on here. Most of his followers are other TIs who are also on government assistance.
Life for a number of years due to her drug addiction, and her boyfriend and I didn't get along. So I wasn't...
Okay, so AP said that James killed his mother. He knows that this isn't true. He knows that this is not true. But James is an idiot and will defend himself regardless of what other people say about him, because he's too much of a narcissist to give a fuck about what other people says about. It's the same with Letitia. He's trying to like disclose the quote unquote rumors that he murdered his mother, which we all know is not true. AP said that to fuck with him. Or did he? Who knows? But no, James's parents, we know that James's parents committed self-die. James's dad blew his brains out, and his mother OD'd on opioids. James's brother is serving a prison sentence, and James has been in and out of the nut hut ever since he was like 13 years old.
Involved in my mother's life for a good, I'd say, 4 years prior to her dying. Also, while I was homeless, she kind of forgot that she owed me a bunch of money and just let me rot outside. She was one of the main reasons I was homeless, by me helping her out. So... So Adonis Paul claims that I supposedly murdered my mother because she would not sleep with me. This sounds like he's projecting a little bit. Maybe he likes his mom a little too much. Because if you remember, he was talking about how much he was into his mom and how he was going to call his mom. And no grown man is that into his mom besides Adonis. Because Adonis is into his mom for some reason. But he's claiming that I allegedly, quote, murdered my mom. Which
Hatman made a video where he took like videos. Hatman made like a video where he audio synced Boingo Boingo's "I Like Little Girls" to one of the videos. It's a deep fake. Made a deep fake video where it looks as if James is singing "I Like Little Girls" by Boingo Boingo. And this was around the time we found out that James was a nonce. And this was around the time when we decided, yeah, James needs to go.
Which was sad after.
But now we realize that James is never going to score. James is never going to score. He's going to get old. He's going to die alone, knowing that he never had scored. His gravestone will read, "Here lies JRC3. He never scored."
What he did do is
Hashtag James is never going to score. And there, he too has a fake laugh.
My father's death was actually determined to be an accidental shooting. We assumed it was suicide, but the autopsy was determined that
Once again, more pearl clutching. Now he's trying to excuse his parents' deaths as if he is guilty of their suicides.
it was an accident, that he accidentally had shot himself.
Denial can be an ugly thing.
I don't know exactly how they do the ballistics on that, but for whatever reason with the trajectory or whatever, it seemed that he had accidentally shot himself, although my father was always very suicidal, so it was assumed by my family that he had committed suicide, but the autopsy had determined that it was actually an accidental shooting. Supposedly he was looking into the barrel of the gun while cleaning it, but I don't buy that because my father grew up around guns. My father was proficient with firearms from an early age.
AP has firearms, and if you ever come near his domicile, James, he would not hesitate to use them. He lives in Texas, but he's planning on moving back to Minnesota next year so that he can be closer to Leaf, because Leaf, aka the unapologetic Canadian, lives in Canada, and he would go to Canada to spend time with her. And guess what he does with? And guess what he does? Guess what he did? James. Guess what AP did when he was in Canada? Guess what Adonis Paul did when he was in Canada? He scored. That's something you will never do, James. You're never going to score, James. It's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. And you try to argue and say that, oh, AP is a chubby chaser. He's stalking Letitia. He calls her Letitty because he's obsessed with fat women. If AP was obsessed with fat women, then why would he have perfectly fit women? Why would he have women who are perfectly fit on his Ape Adonis Paul Dancers segment? Why does he show clips of half naked women who are who have rockin' bodies? Why does he show, if AP is obsessed with fat chicks, and by the way, Letitty's not fat, she's pregnant, or that's what we say she is. But again, AP has the Adonis Paul dancers, which basically is him showing clips of half-naked women who are perfectly fit. Of course, James would not know what perfectly fit is because his standards for girls is they have to be old enough to bleed so that they can be old enough to breed.
Age of about 6 or 7, he was proficient with firearms. Both my grandfather and my father and my uncle, my father's brother, were all sharpshooters. So I doubt that my father, despite being as drunk as he was, would have made that mistake. Also, despite the fact that he was allegedly cleaning the gun, if I remember properly, there were
Yes, AP scored.
Nothing to clean the gun was actually out. So I think he shot himself. Well, he did.
And James tries to use an actual picture of AP's real face as an insult. But again, it goes to show how obsessed James is with AP that he tries to use his actual photo as a way to mock him. Do you know that and what's funny is that he called AP or he called AP. He said that AP's real face, his real face looked like bald Beavis. Hey, James, do you know what bald Beavis did? Do you know what smart Beavis did? He scored. That's something you will never do, James. Hell, even smart Beavis scored. Yes, I did. And yeah, spoilers for those who haven't seen Beavis and Butthead Do the Universe. Sorry about that. That was a spoiler for those who still haven't seen Beavis and Butthead Do the Universe. And I do like that movie. I did like it. I saw it twice. Well, it was basically a watch party. Oh, and James looks like Butthead. Well, he's got a butt chin.
Shoot himself, but whether it was intentional or not is the question. I think it was intentional. The autopsy, the medical examiner, believed that it was accidental.
You're never gonna score, James. It's never gonna happen.
Again, these are just allegations. Of course, they're allegations.
Shut up, asswipe.
Allegations. They're nonsense.
Shut up, asswipe. He's just gonna get old.
According to MSNBC, James had a sister, but as an infant, James. I've never had a sister, okay? Well, actually, that's not true. My dad got around a lot in the before he met my mom.
Shut up, asswipe. You're never gonna score.
Have many.
Yeah, you're boring. I want to see the ones where you're going completely off kilter. I want to see you go completely off kilter. The violent, womanizing, gun-toting. I want
to set this up. This is an email from Adonis.
Bloodstream! Bungholi, the prophet. Adonis Paul, the prophet of Cornholio. The herald of Cornholio. Brings in the new Cornholio. And you will be. Will there be TP? In this pleasure palace. In this bloodstream. In this pleasure palace, will there be TP? TP for my bunghole?
A man who is clearly deranged, who celebrates violence against women, and who projects a lot of his hang-ups onto me. This is also a man that brags about having firearms, has bragged about being on a dangerous medication called Zoloft, which is known to make people homicidal and suicidal. As I said, he brags about violence, well, not brags, but He celebrates violence against women. He is a womanizer. He brags about being a womanizer. His show is nothing but the objectification of women.
That's not true. That's not true. He shows crazy people. That's not true. Have you ever stuck around to watch Yata? He also objectifies men too. Especially Japanese men. In Speedos. In pot leaf Speedos. That's not true. He also objectifies men too. Japanese men in pot leaf Speedos that talk about if the world can change, people can change too. So you're wrong about that, James. Oh my God.
He is homophobic to the point where it's clearly that he's hiding some innate homosexuality. He's
in this pleasure palace, AP, will there be tipi? Tipi for my bunghole? You will give me your tipi. Mary, address there. You will give me all your tipi. I need tipi. More tipi. More tipi. Tipi for my bunghole?
He's a scary person.
Coming from a guy who looks like he should be on an FBI watch list.
And not to me. I mean, this is the guy that challenged me to a karate match and then pussed out.
That's because karate is for kids, dumbass.
Okay, that's who this guy is. But this is the email he sent me. He said, first let me say that you are
Also, I almost forgot. Don't forget to like the stream. And if you haven't, share it with your friends. Let everyone know we got this thing going. And also, if you feel generous, why not help a Zilla out? Check out if you help a Zilla out by going to my Streamlabs/Rickzilla0825, or you can check out my PayPal Cash App. Links are in the description as well as in the pinned comment. Any amount, big, small, medium, any amount will help, and it also helps generate more viewers. It also helps the channel out, and it also pisses off people who aren't deserving of any donations. People like Adrastia, people like Letitty, and people like Shani. Because they don't deserve a cent from anyone. Not even their simps. Because they're just going to blow it on weed. And worthless crap. But there are people who are deserving of your generous offers. People like myself, people like AP, and people like Hatman and the boys at ROTC. And also Miss Moonbear. But if you can't donate, there are other ways that you can support this channel by liking the stream, sharing this with your friends, and also subscribing. We are on the verge of having 500 subscribers, and I don't know what I'm going to do. I might roast James a lot and tell him that he's never going to score. I might do a reaction, a watch party of Mayo. Who knows? But I got something planned.
Totally awesome, dude, for helping me track your film. Thank you. I was screwing with him to try and open a line of communication with his dumbass. Unfortunately, I do a different theme, blah, blah, blah. There is no need to fear me, James, blah, 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 da, 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 da. Now listen.
I'm starting to sound professional now with the whole Streamlabs/Rickzilla0825. I'm starting to sound a little more professional. I guess spending a year watching Late Night with Adonis Paul has helped build my strength. And yes, don't forget to quote Greg Gurilmo, go subscribe to all the channels. Go subscribe to Adonis Paul. Go subscribe to Adonis Paul's Pleasure Palace. Go subscribe to Adonis Paul Live. Go subscribe to Daywave. Go subscribe to Nightwave. Go subscribe to JJ Stoner. Go subscribe to Hatman. hell, go subscribe to the Lulbrary and go subscribe to Miss Moonbear. And also, you can also subscribe to me, too. I don't mean to toot my horn, but support all the channels. Go subscribe to all the channels. Like what Great Goromo says.
The way you chat up. Now, mind you, this was them misrepresenting me. I have never... What it was basically people were stalking me and making me think that my friend was being stalked.
True. Adonis Paul does talk shit about everyone. Have you? I mean, he shows no mercy. Adonis Paul shows no mercy, especially towards people like Letitty, people like James, and people like Mary. Oh, shit. I almost forgot to update the... Thank you, Trustivore, for subscribing. We are on the verge of 500, and soon I will have my community tabs, and then I will start sharing videos. I will start sharing some of James's community posts and telling him that he's never going to score.
Causing me to act in ways by constantly harassing me through email.
And to quote, and I might have to butcher something that, butcher the quote of Greg Goromo. Why not support the other? Why not support the other channels? Why not subscribe to all channels?
Email, through text message, through phone, through the comment sections of my videos, through Instagram, etc. So he is telling me, the way you chat up and tell a bitch, listen, woman, you are mine for breeding, and I am coming down there, and if you want to stop me, you better hire a lawyer.
That's exactly what you said, James. That's exactly what you said. Well, you probably didn't say it that way, but you said that Eliana was a perfect breeding partner, which not only is it creepy, but it goes to show how much of a predator you really are, JRC3. And it goes to show how you're never going to score. Also, Mary, you buried a potato. And to quote King Kong, aka Greg Goromo, aka the King Kong to my Godzilla. Am I calling Greg Goromo? Well, it's because he's a monkey, because his avatar is a gorilla, and I'm supposed to be a giant radioactive lizard, but I'm a VTuber now, and technically my avatar is part lizard. It's just it's a fusion between two forms. Hopefully I'll afford a drawing tablet with a built-in monitor so that I could flesh out my avatar to make it look more, how would you say, reptilian? I might give my avatar a tail.
That's alpha male shit, bro. Okay, so you see that he's celebrating the objectification.
Yeah, please be nice to the fuck people when they arrive in your comments. We are a religion of peace. Love and butterflies, Adonis Paul. The fuck people. They are legion, James. They will show no mercy to you. They show no mercy. Because the villain gets fucked with Vaseline. Because the villain gets fucked with no Vaseline. The villain gets fucked in the ass with no Vaseline. And James, you are the villain. And you're going to get fucked in the ass with no Vaseline.
Of women, basically being very forceful with women against their will. Now, I was not, what it was I literally just could not get my money back from that plane ticket, and I could not use that money. I couldn't get the money back, and I couldn't transfer the ticket to any other ticket due to the way it was. So I was kind of stuck going to Argentina, whether I want it to or not. And I was going to let the ticket.
You were gonna stalk Eliana because you thought that James. You keep saying that Eliana was the perfect breeding partner. Tell me that doesn't sound rapey? Rapey? Yeah, it's That's a red flag. That's a major red flag there, James. That is a major red flag. That goes to show how predatorial you are. I hope you know how to spread your booty hole open, James, because once you get exposed for once the FBI looks into your history, you're gonna get fucked with no Vaseline, James. In the butthole. In the butthole. What? In the butt? I said what? In the butt?
I could die. Except Royce Lopez had started a pissing contest with me and tried to get me to give him my ticket. And I wasn't going to do that. No way in hell was I going to give him my ticket. Okay? Because the fact of the matter was, once he started that shit, see what it was is once my friend, and I'm going to leave a link to the Eliana More or Less video that I made, because what they were doing is they kept fucking with me. Once she stated that she didn't want to see me, I was fine.
She also stated that you were never going to score, James. Eliana did state and confirm. Eliana did confirm on Daywave that you were never going to score. Hell, Daniel is scoring with Eliana all day and all night, all day, every day.
Fine dropping the issue, and I was going to let the ticket die until they continued to fuck with me.
And Eliana is one good-looking chick. She is one hot mamacita. And I don't know, that doesn't sound creepy at all. But she's got a body that won't quit. She is beauty and brains. Eliana is both beauty and brains. A body that won't quit. And a brain to boot, and a brain to match. Beauty and brain. Eliana is beauty and brains. And of course, let's not forget the Argentine Milky. Que bien. Okay, maybe that does sound a bit sexist, but okay, maybe that does sound a bit sexist, but but James, AP ain't the only one objectifying.
Okay.
Wait until I start learning how to use the editing programs. Then I can make my own dancers.
Okay, that's what happened. And they continued to fuck with me. And then she continued to fuck with me. Which showed me that she was in on it from the beginning. And she was. She lied to me about having autism. She probably lied to me.
She doesn't really have autism, James. You said that she had autism.
Me about having beta thalassemia. She's probably a perfectly healthy individual.
She is a healthy individual. Have you seen her pictures? Have you seen her photos with Daniel on their honeymoon?
They just wanted me to feel bad for her so she could.
Have you seen the YouTube short? I know you're seething right now, James. You are seething that you're never gonna score. And that Latina accent, oh my God. That Argentine accent.
Screw me over like she did, which is my guess. But as you can see with Adonis Paul, this man is a man that brags about having firearms, has bragged to force
Argentine Milky's. It's basically her. It's Argentine Milky's mop. Argentine titties. It's Argentine titties.
possibly gain sexual knowledge of me.
Gain sexual knowledge. James, you sent your dick pic to Hatman. You sent your dick pic to a catfish. I'm not going to show it because I don't want to get this stream taken down again for showing that shit. But James, you don't measure up to Daniel. You have what is known as a baby carrot. Well, actually, you have what is coined as a baby carrot. Well, actually, I wouldn't even call it a baby carrot. It's more like a centimeter peanut. It's basically like a Tic Tac. It's basically a Tic Tac. That's what you have, James. You have a Tic Tac for a penis.
And
you got a Tootsie Roll dick, James. Well, Daniel's got the Charleston Chew. And Eliana's got, and guess what? Eliana's got a sweet tooth.
has continued to threaten me, threatened to break my eye orbital. Now, the thing is, he's a scrawny little bitch that would need a firearm to do something to me because he's such a scrawny little bitch. But the point is, this man is a danger to the public.
You're right. AP is a dangerous man. He lives a very dangerous life. Have you seen his shows? He is very dangerous. He shows dangerous shit. He shows people getting shot. He shows people getting hurt. Oh. He shows dangerous TikToks that are dangerous for your sanity. That are too dangerous for your sanity because, well, it's TikTok. It's TikTok. It's basically Tumblr in video form. Well, it's TikTok. It's basically Tumblr in video form.
And he's the one saying, I'm going to snap.
But he also has like a palate cleanser. But AP also has like a palate cleanser after showing cringe talk. After showing the cringe talk with Yata. I don't have something like that. I don't have a palate cleanser like that where I have a trope of Japanese men singing while dancing in pot leaf Speedos.
He's already snapped. He snapped a long time ago. Nobody's home up there. He's crazy. Okay? He is an insane lunatic that...
Projection? This is projection much? Projection much, James? Oopie. Yes, I have snapped too. I am now messed up as AP. I am now a cartoon avatar. Well, actually, it's an anime. Yeah, it's an anime avatar. It's a VTuber avatar, but it makes me look insane. But I'm snapped too. And you're never gonna score, James. It's just not gonna happen. You're gonna get old. You're gonna die. You're gonna get old and you're gonna die knowing that you never have scored. That's what I say. He's gonna get old and he's gonna die alone, miserable, in his dingy Section 8 apartment, surrounded by dust, with eating nothing but lentil beans and not scoring. And soon, once he is buried, his gravestone will read, "Here lies JRC3. He never scored."
It threatens people with firearms. Okay.
He doesn't threaten people with firearms. AP said that if you were ever to come to his doorstep, he would not hesitate to use a firearm on you if you ever try anything with his daughter. Because let's not forget, you threatened his daughter. Normally, in this situation, he would go full dad mode and he would go full Liam Neeson on your dumbass if you threatened his daughter. But AP is more reasonable. Instead of going all the way to Philadelphia and hunting you down, he reached out to his ex-wife to let him know what you said to her. And she informed the police. Any man or woman would be in a similar situation if this creep, this JRC3, ever came after your kids. You would say the same thing as well.
That threatens to rape people and that stalks people online.
When did Adonis Paul say he was going to rape you? When did Adonis Paul say? He said he was going to fuck you up. That didn't say he was going to rape you. You made that up. Or actually, you were pretty much taking pages out of Adrastia's playbook, and you pretty much used that as a credible threat. Because again, you are a coward, James. You are too stupid to realize that you are in the wrong. Or you're too much of a narcissist to admit that you're in the wrong. Instead, you're shifting blame onto other people because, again, you don't want to take accountability for your life. You would rather play the victim and expect other people to feel sorry for you. Unfortunately, that's not how reality works, you dumbass. And you're never going to score.
And then doxes them. That's the kind of person he is.
You doxed yourself, James.
Okay? So when you have somebody saying you're going to snap that behaves...
And by the way, Adrastia doxed herself, by the way. She doxed herself by filming herself holding up her electric bill, not knowing that she was showing her address, not knowing that it had her physical address. And AP caught wind of that and told her to remove it. Unfortunately for her, Dark Ninja took advantage of that and used it as a way to threaten her, as a way to troll her, by saying that someone put it on 4chan, or posing as her. Well, actually, Dark Ninja was posing as Mary on 4chan, putting her personal information on that site, saying that telling people that she liked being raped even if she doesn't ask for it. And that set off a chain of events leading to her going completely insane, blaming Adonis Paul for threatening her life, when in actuality, he did no such thing. Neither did Royce Lopez or JJ Stoner. No one threatened her life. But Adrastia was so desperate to play the victim that she pretty much goes off on this, I wouldn't say a rampage, but she fakes meltdowns every day, hoping that someone with half a brain and a pocket full of pesos is gonna turn her life around by giving her money so that she can buy weed to calm herself. And here's another thing: if Mary does claim that she has schizoaffective disorder, then she shouldn't be smoking weed at all. Because if you're like schizophrenic, weed is probably going to exacerbate your paranoia. I could say the same about pills too, but
like this, that's already snapped a long time ago, kind of takes the sting out of it.
now let's take a look at Mary. Because again, Mary, I told you that I told you that Shani isn't the only one that's faking a meltdown. And I told you that Shani's not the only one with fake tears. We got Mary, because again, Mary is the queen of fake tears.
if I had committed the crime I am accused of, I would be in prison.
Oh, she's talking about the murder of Roberta Laws. Again, if you watched Mayo, the Adrastia story, part 1, Princess of the Gutter, Adonis Paul clearly stated that Mary did not murder Roberta Laws. But her testimony is bullshit because, again, in her book, she made it out as if she's a battered angel, when in reality, she was an accessory to the murder and assisted in hiding the body in the backyard. Yes, this is Adrastia. She is the queen of fake tears.
They have evidence that doesn't exist. They'll show you court files that never say anywhere that I was involved and then claim that what they think and feel is actually true and should be in these court records.
I see she's sweating. It must be hot where she's at. Must be hot where she's at, even though she's in LA and usually temperatures don't reach that. Temperatures are usually moderate over there. Because, well, California is by the ocean. California is by the ocean.
But it's not there. None of their proof.
Hell, I went to California 3 years ago, and it was the only, and it was in July, and it was, yeah, I went to California probably around, I wouldn't say 4th of July weekend, but after the 4th of July in 2019, and I got to wear pants because it was cool out. It was a break. It was a break from the heat and humidity of Arizona, but it was okay.
Is real because I didn't do anything that would deserve this type of torture. But for over a year and a half, I received daily threats because people believe I've committed a heinous crime. Because there are men who created videos claiming that I've created heinous crimes.
No, Mary, no. We were just making fun of you. AP was making fun of how you said murderer. AP just made fun of the way you kept saying murderer by using those old Budweiser clips of the frog saying Budweiser. But instead of Budweiser, he just added his audio saying mur, 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 mur. Even nature knows. We were just making fun of how you said murderer. And by the way, we didn't know when JJ Stoner introduced you to Daywave, the first video he showed on Daywave, the first video that JJ Stoner showed on Daywave was you putting mayonnaise in your hair. It wasn't just putting it on a dollop. It wasn't like putting a dollop on your finger and lathering it in your hair and massaging it. You just squeezed an entire bottle of mayonnaise. It could have been Duke's, but you just put mayonnaise in your hair. You squeezed an entire bottle of mayonnaise in your hair. And there was another video of you feeding ducks cooked rice. Granted, we didn't know it was cooked, but the implications were pretty much, well, the implications were the same. And also, you're not supposed to feed rice, albeit cooked or not. You just don't feed them rice. It doesn't matter if it was cooked or not. That's not something you should feed them. But then again, Mary is not one who understands common sense since she pretty much has the IQ of a walnut. Since she has the IQ of -0. I'm just saying Mary's a fucking idiot. And she was in special needs. Well, that's because Mary only wants positive reinforcement, Auntie Green. She only wants yes men to give her positive affirmations. She deletes comments that are critical of her character because she's a weak-willed little bitch. And she fakes these meltdowns trying to garner sympathy. She fakes these meltdowns as a way to garner sympathy and attention, and also to grip people for weed. And she is an e-grip. She is a grifter.
That I deserve to be punished for.
Well, you deserve to have your PayPal taken down. You deserve to have your PayPal terminated. You deserve to have your PayPal frozen because you dox people. You dox people whenever they slight you. You doxed people in the past, whether if it's intentional or not. You leaked out your therapist's phone number. You doxed people, well, who donate money to you because, again, you didn't like what they said about you. Oh, I already showed this one. Oh, no. Wait, whoa. Nope. No. We're not there yet.
Remember that.
Yeah, I gotta show the one where she's Nope. I'm not gonna show her singing. You're never gonna score, James.
Right, so,
Yeah. And here she goes, playing the victim, saying that the cyberbullying community is out to kill her. No, the fuck it isn't. We're just upset that you took the money that Hatman donated to you just to tell James that he was never going to score. But instead of telling James that he was never going to score, you just went on this tangent playing. You just chose to drown in your own misery and blame other people for your fuck ups. Not to mention you took money and you didn't provide the service we requested. So yeah, it's your fault, Mary. It's your fault that people are calling you out. It's your fault that you're about to get your PayPal removed. And also, it's your fault that you owe Hatman money.
I've been receiving a lot of comments asking about the community on that follows Sean.
No.
And how they could follow it themselves. And it would probably be very easy to find on your own.
And by the way, she keeps saying that the cyberbullying community is out to get her.
Is because
nobody's out to get her. It's all in her head.
Are extremely toxic and hateful and cruel.
And the people that follow Sean.
Mary likes to blame everyone else for all her own problems.
And compassionate and caring.
Why does she have white around her necklace? Probably because she hasn't taken that, I don't know, the Batman. It's probably because she doesn't remove that necklace. She wears it in almost every video that she puts out. She's never removed it, so it's obvious that it's probably unwashed. She's a dirty hoe. Mary Adrazia is a dirty bitch.
Paid in hatred from a massive cyberbullying community that decided that they wanted to attack some kind people. And
yeah, she wears a crystal.
Kind people by saying yes.
And here she goes crying.
Here, please.
Like I said, Shandy's not the only one faking a melt. Shandy's not the only one that fakes tears. Mary's the queen of it.
Please have this group of kind, caring individuals that you can hurt. I hate that I have to live like that. I hate that the community that follows.
Okay, so Winter's Quilting said, "Okay, Mary, once and for all, please explain, what are you still doing on YouTube? If the impact was a quarter of what you claim it is, psychologically, you would choose emotional health and peace over this. Think about it. Really think about what you're doing here." Because this is all I'm... Holy fuck. Yeah, Winter's Quilting. Now you realize why I have no sympathy for Mary. This is what, now Winter's Quilting, if you're watching this, now you understand why I have no sympathy for Adrazia. It's because she does shit like this. She is rude. She is selfish. She is everything that people have said. She is everything that everybody, that AP has said about her. She is and Aunt Kathy was right. She is a selfish, greedy, spoiled brat who will never own up to her mistakes, who will never take responsibility for her life. She's just going to blame everyone else for all her own misfortune. And this is the only thing she knows. She's never going to leave YouTube. This is what she knows. This is because, again, she thinks that she's going to grift more people. She is going to attract more people to her page. People who don't know the full story. Okay, so Mary said, "I'm here because this is all I know. I was here before the harassment. Say you had a home you felt comfort in. Then a large group come and says we're taking your home. It's theirs now. Would you abandon the home or would you try to hold out? These channels invaded my space, took my content, twisted my life, and expected me to just leave and let them have it. There is something to which you are allergic. It cannot be removed entirely. Wouldn't you place it in?" Mary, Winter's Quilting. And then James says, "Best wishes, Mary. Never blame yourself for their actions. You're a good person." And then Johnny the Trailer Slayer says, "You're never going to score, James. Why do you block me? I'm just trying to understand. Give your insight. You're never going to score, James." And then Jim Brewer said, "You're never going to score." Winter Quilting, you have to understand, Adrazia doesn't want help. She only wants people to pity her. Winter's Quilting, if you're watching this, you have to, no offense to you, but you do realize that the reason why Adrazia is the way she is not because of a broken home. It's because her grandmother spoiled her rotten. Say what you will about Aunt Kathy. Say what you will about the family dynamic, but this is no offense to you, but this is who she is. This is who Adrazi is. I'm not saying she was born this way. I'm just saying she is not the battered angel. Adrazi is not the battered angel she paints herself as. She is a manipulative liar. And she will lie constantly to garner attention and sympathy. And also, she also grifts people out of their money. You're never going to get a straight answer from her. You're never going to get anything from her. It's like talking to a doormat. It's like talking to a wall. You're never going to get anything from her. Trust me. When Adrastia reached out to me on her Adrastia Needs Help account, and this, keep in mind, this was before I found out about all of this crazy shit about her. Because this was when I was still learning about her. This was when I just found out about her from Hatman when he did his video on her. And then I found that segment on Daywave when Aunt Kathy and cousin Sarah came on to tell the story about when Mary would threaten her life, would harm herself, would extort her grandmother by harming herself in front of her grandchildren, in front of Aunt Kathy's grandchildren and Sarah's children. She is not a victim. There is no point in feeling sympathy for her. Adrastia is a spoiled brat who has gone gone through her life without having to work for what she's got, work for what she's had. She has gone through her early childhood without having to without having to without people saying no to her. She is pretty much a spoiled brat. And Adrastia throws temper tantrums every time she doesn't get her way. And she still throws temper tantrums whenever she doesn't get her way. She is not innocent in anything. She is not a victim. She is an aggressor. She is guilty as charged. Yep, like what Robbie said. Like what Robin said. Adrastia takes advantage of people's kindness and generosity. She takes advantage of people's kindness. Yeah, I know she takes advantage of people's kindness. If you give her positive reinforcement, she'll find another excuse to be upset. Because again, people donate money to her. It's been that way ever since she was a kid. Whenever she doesn't get her way, she'll throw a temper tantrum until you give in to her demands. I can't laugh at Letitia. the Batman. I can never laugh at Letitia. All three of them eat your soul, the Batman. They feed on negative. They're energy vampires that feed on negativity. They drain you of all your positive energy.
Me is like that. Because I would love to be able to share things like that and not be afraid of what was going to happen to the people in the community that got talked about. So I'm not talking about them to hurt them. I don't talk about anybody to hurt them. But the people that want to hurt, they're the ones that watch me. And they will follow and they will hurt anybody weak enough or kind enough to be hurt. That's what the world is. But I don't have to give you a map to the kind people. I wish I could be a map to the kind people.
Mary, don't phrase that rhyme. Because
But when only
a map to the kind people, I wouldn't use that word because map means something else. Map is what James is. And I don't mean those pieces of paper that you use before GPS even existed. There's no point in getting a straight answer from Mary. She is extremely she is the most dishonest person on this platform. She does this for attention. Her tears are fake. Are fake. She grifts people. She's a grifter. Who pretends to be a victim so that she can swindle kind-hearted people out of their hard-earned money. She only wants positive reinforcement. From strangers who don't know the full story. Yes.
toxic watch and they're looking for people to hurt, it becomes a liability.
Well, it's true. Hey, Michael, how are you doing? Well, it's true. Mary does this on a daily basis. She does hit herself. It's true. She does hit herself. Unfortunately, she deletes those videos. She usually deletes videos. And Yeah, Mary deletes the videos where she's hitting herself because she knows it makes her look bad. And she's trying to reach a new audience of people who don't know the full story, who are still new to Mary. Because again, the thing is, Mary Adrazia takes advantage of people's hospitality. Because she's a pothead. I have nothing against weed. It's just, if you want weed, you're getting chipped. If Mary wants weed, then she needs to stop buying the cheap shit and get something that lasts longer. Because that cheap shit isn't going to hold her over for another week. If she wants weed so bad, then she shouldn't be out here. She shouldn't be wasting people's money to buy that cheap shit. She needs to invest in the better quality weed. She needs to invest in the better shit, in the good shit. That weak shit that she gets at the dispensary isn't gonna last much longer, which is why she flips out every time she runs out of weed. That's why she needs to invest in a stronger brand. Something that'll last for months. And I'm not saying she should grow her own weed, because she tried that. She tried growing her own weed. She would put her period blood in the pot plants because she thinks she could, because she thinks that they deserve a part of her. She thinks that her period blood would she would give to the earth with her period blood. Ugh, yeah, she waters pot plants with period blood. Yep. Exactly, Auntie Green.
So,
Oh, and this was on the 4th of July. I was out getting tacos. While I was out getting tacos for dinner, this bitch was crying about how justice is a myth, independence is a myth. And this was on the 4th of July. While I was out getting tacos and watching the fireworks and hanging out with people on Discord, watching a guy do vending machine mukbangs in South Korea. This bitch made this dumb video where she's crying about how she can't get justice, how no matter how hard she tries, she will never be free from her tormentors. All she had to do was tell James that that he was never going to score, and we could have, and this would never have happened. But no, Mary has to make it about herself. Mary has to let everyone know that she is a battered angel who is persecuted by the online harassers. Get real, Mary. You're a bum. You should be lucky that you were given $10 to do a service. When you should have done the service, you should have done the request that Hatman paid you to do. But instead, you refused, but instead you refused to do the request because, again, you're so desperate to be a victim that you'll make up some outlandish bullshit story about how you were paid to harass another victim. James is not a victim either. He is an aggressor too. He is not innocent. He is guilty of stalking women online and in real life. But you're too stupid to realize that, because again, you want people to pity you and feel sorry for you so that they can give you money. Like I said, you should get the really good kush, not that cheap ass shit you get at the dispensary.
I was really wanting to do that song today, and I realized halfway through it that I was not.
Yes, James is never going to score.
Because I kept choking up and starting to cry. And that loses my voice for that particular.
Well, it's because, well, it's not harassing him. It's telling the truth. He's never going to score because he's a creep. He's a stalker. He's a predator. We're not being mean. We're just telling the truth. He's not going to get any woman if he continues to have these delusions. Because not only is, and in case you haven't seen the Galena thing, you saw how possessive James can be. If he ever got a woman, you know how possessive he can be.
The reason that song hurts so badly is because it is about domestic abuse.
Oh, here we go again.
It's about a woman who gets beaten to the point that she burns down the house and kills both of them.
Again, who fucking cares? And again, this is on 4th of July.
To be free.
And by the way, that wasn't me. Her video quality sucks ass because she's filming on a cheap phone.
It hits very close to home for me. Because I grew up in an abusive home. Hearing my mother be beat.
Hey, Sydney.
There was never any justice for her. It didn't end until he killed himself. And people talked and everybody knew, and now the people that knew deny.
Yeah, Satan was an angel.
And it's a whole new level. It's a whole new level of abuse.
By the way, she keeps saying that her father abused her mother, which may be true, but not the way she describes it in her book. In her book, she's saying that she was the one being abused. But in reality, there may have been, her father may have been a shithead, may have been a piece of shit, but not the way she describes it in her book. In her book, she kind of makes her, I think in her book, she confuses her father with how she describes Kenneth McBride in her so-called autobiography. You can call it that.
When people sit
Also
around
poopy.
for decades, knowing it's happening and ignoring it, and then as soon as it's over, they just deny it and pretend like
Deny.
actually existed. They pretend like nobody knew, when everybody knew.
Everybody knew.
Just like with what's happening to me now.
Yeah.
Nobody
Why are you?
understands what they're doing when everybody knows what they're doing.
Oh, we understand what we're doing. We're
There's this
exposing
woman
the.
who is.
Oh, we know what we're doing. We're exposing the truth. And the truth is, you're a pathological liar, Mary. You are a bum. You don't want to go. You don't want to get a job. You don't want to be self-sufficient. You don't want any independence. You want everything to be handed to you on a silver platter. You want to be treated the way your grandmother treated you when you were a little girl. But the thing is, Mary, you're 37 years old. Hell, I'm 30 years old, and I'm more mature than you. Now, what does that say about you when someone who is 7 years younger than you is more reasonable than you? That says you're fucked up. Never had a proper childhood. Probably because, again, your grandmother spoiled you, treated you like a princess. And now you didn't have any proper structure. So, yeah. You're fucked up. I'm not harping on your family for, well, then again, well, not Aunt Kathy's side, but your dad's side of the family, yes.
Defending my abusers.
We're,
My aunt who knew what was happening all that time ago and has spent so long denying it publicly and blaming me.
yes, I need TV for my bunghole.
It's always going to be ignored.
Yes. It's always going to be ignored. And no. No. I am not going to I'm not going to hear her sing because, again, she sucks. Now here's a video where she's really reaching out to Philip DeFranco. What's Philip DeFranco gonna do about these reaction channels that pretty much call you out on your bullshit?
This may be out of sheer desperation.
You're better off going with Keemstar.
Not financial help. Or even legal help.
Yeah, coddling is bad.
What I need is awareness of the situation. I need for some large...
What's Philip DeFranco gonna do for you? Yes, he is a drama channel, but so is Keemstar. Your best bet, you're better off. Philip DeFranco isn't gonna he doesn't have time for your bullshit. You're better off going with Keemstar. But then again, he's a piece of shit grifter too. But he's a piece of shit too. So again, that's your only bet. But then again, he wouldn't even give a fuck about you either. He's just busy trying to grift on this whole fake fight against Ralph and Boogie.
Channels to pick up this story.
Which is never going to
make
happen.
People aware of the cyberbullying communities that exist.
Yes, you're not a little girl anymore.
Because they fly just...
Oh, she is worse than Vaughn.
radar.
Well, actually, she
And
is
they get
basically...
away.
Well, actually, she could be on the same level as Vaughn, but then again, Vaughn's a bum. He's a lazy bum, too.
Away with what they're doing. And what they're doing for a year and a half has been tormenting me.
No. For a year and a half, we've been calling you out on your bullshit.
And they...
Actually, no, we've been... for a year and a half, we've been reacting to your videos and being critical. I'm surprised you've never mentioned me, even though I did more reacting to your videos than most of the other channels that you talk about. But you don't give me any attention, probably because I don't have a large subscriber count. But that's all going to change. And with your help, it's all going to change. And I'm brutally honest, too.
Intentionally triggered me to break down, and then they use that footage for their profit. They earn thousands of dollars a week when they do streams, and they're basically, somebody is streaming every single day. There are so many people in this community, and they've got me at the point where I was homeless for 5 years, and
You chose to be homeless, Mary. And it wasn't for 5 years. It was for like 2.5 years. You were living in a tent. Then someone loaned you a truck. A sailor loaned you a truck before he shipped out. And you pretty much turned it into your personal bathroom where you pretty much, yeah, you were homeless for like 2.5 years. At one time, you were living in a truck where you were pissing in a cup and shitting in a salad bowl. Then you were living in a homeless shelter for a year, and then a motel, and then finally you have your Section 8 apartment. So yeah, you weren't homeless that long. You had places to stay.
and I now have a Section 8 that I can't feel comfortable to make a home, because
Yeah, she's still considering
they got my
herself.
address, and within a month of me
She's still
moving
considering
into
herself
this apartment,
homeless.
they were threatening to murder me, and
No, they weren't threatening to murder you. Nobody threatened to murder you, Mary. It's all in your head. Nobody threatened to murder you. You made that up. Hell, the people that you talk about, the people that you keep saying threatened you, have left you alone. Royce Lopez left you alone. Adonis Paul left you alone. Hell, even I considered leaving you alone. But again, you just can't keep their names out of your mouth. You're obsessed with Adonis Paul. You're obsessed with Adonis Paul. You're obsessed with Daywave Radio. It's unhealthy. Hell, you're even obsessed with Virgie. It's unhealthy for you. And this obsession is why you're living in the state you are right now. That you're acting the way you are. Because again, you think that everyone is exactly as your grandmother. You're not a child anymore. You're 37 years old. You shouldn't be begging, you shouldn't be expecting people to fight your battles for you. You're an adult, Mary.
telling me that they had posted to message boards asking men to come and rape me.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
They're constantly threatening me. They've mailed me items. They mailed me a shovel.
That wasn't them. That was a fan of theirs. That wasn't Daywave. Someone who claims to be a fan of Daywave Radio mailed you the shovel. But it was a gift. And that gift was worth a lot of money. That gift was worth lots of money. Hell, you gave that shovel away. I mean, the person that you gave the shovel to could easily sell that shit on eBay. But then again, you're not worth a cent. You're not worth a damn cent. And AP sent you gorilla poop. I don't know the significance of that, but it wasn't out of pure malice. It was a joke.
They've
Hell, even AP sent you a potato.
Used to break the lock off of my mailbox so that they could put things in my mailbox.
Nobody did that.
Non-mailable things like dead animals.
Nobody did that. Well, I don't know anybody who did that.
Contacted a murderer that I put in prison and gave him all of my current contact information.
Again, nobody did that. Virgie didn't do that. He just said that to fuck with you because, again, you'll believe in anything anyone says about you or to you. You'll believe in anything, or actually, no, scratch that. You'll pretend to believe in what random trolls tell you in your comments.
They contacted the board to try to have my therapist license taken away after contacting my therapist to try to have me put in a mental hospital.
You put that in there.
Threatened my therapist's life. They threatened my doctor's life. They had a mass harassment campaign to call the mental health facility where I was receiving treatment to...
Again, you put Kanisha's name on your YouTube channel. You doxed your therapist. You pretty much were responsible for Kanisha getting all those phone calls from Niece Lone Wolf. So, yeah. Nice try, Mary.
To harass them, to make it impossible for them to be able to help people, essentially. It's been a nightmare.
Nope.
It's been an absolute nightmare, and my own family is involved in it.
Again, no. Your family... Hell, I wouldn't even consider Aunt Kathy your family, since you're no longer blood related. You're no longer blood related, since you pretty much disavowed your family because they didn't give you what you wanted. Your family owes you absolutely nothing. And I have the screenshots of your bullshit from your Facebook. I don't want to pull them up because it would be a waste of time. But again, you're a pathological liar, Mary. You blame everyone but yourself for all your own mistakes. And you lie so that people will feel sorry for you. So go fuck yourself, Adrazia.
Literally, there's a channel on here called Aunt Kathy's Storytime. That's my own blood aunt. And the things that she says...
Yep, it would have been perfect for a pot.
A testament to the way that I was raised. I was raised...
Instead of using her period blood.
In an abusive home. And the way that my aunt talks about me reflects that. And because she is so hateful, she's gained a following of her own from these hateful cyber bullies.
No, Mary, the reason why she's hateful is because you bring that out in people. You were a rotten child. And Aunt Kathy knows this. Aunt Kathy was there when you held cousins. Well, Sarah was there. Both Aunt Kathy and cousin Sarah were around when you were extorting your grandmother for money so that you can buy drugs. They were there when you were harming yourself in front of Aunt Kathy's children and grandchildren. So yeah, she has every right to be upset with you. You are selfish. Absolutely selfish. And you are nothing more than a spoiled little brat, Mary.
And they've pushed me to the point that I can't be comfortable in my home. I can't take medication. I can't reach out for help because they threaten me.
Again, get help. Refill your medication. Go back on your medication. you'll feel better. But I know you're not going to take this advice because you refuse to take anyone's advice. Because, again, to you, any advice, good or bad, is a threat in your eyes. Instead of taking people's advice, you choose to drown in your own misery. You have been given opportunities on this platform to be a better person, but instead, you would rather play victim and cry wolf constant because, again, you think everybody owes you, and everybody owes you compensation. Just like Letitty, just like Shani. You take, but you don't give. That's why I have no sympathy for you.
Like, if I report them, they come and they threaten me, calling it false flagging and saying that they've got hundreds of people that are willing to take me down on their behalf. But what I'm doing isn't false. What they're doing is wrong.
No,
we're be allowed to continue.
And what's Philip DeFranco going to do anything? He reports drama. He doesn't do anything to stop it. He just reports shit. And Philip DeFranco has no time for bullshitters like you, Mary. Your best bet is Keemstar. Just kidding.
It should not have been allowed to continue for as long as it has, but it certainly, it has to stop.
No.
Something has to end this, and I'll never have enough money for it legally to stop them. And I've reached out to YouTube on Twitter, and they can't do anything but tell me to keep reporting. And I already know that reporting does nothing.
It does absolutely nothing. Trust me. We tried to reporting your channel, but it does. And that's her.
That vibrating was a text messages from one of them. I'm constantly receiving text messages and phone calls and emails of people telling me that I should just kill myself because
no,
never gonna
that's not the case, you dummy.
I desperately need somebody to believe me.
Yeah, squirrels love her because she's nuts.
Big channel that can spread awareness that this is happening. And
good luck with that, Mary.
Has helped other people with problems like sort of like this.
No, he doesn't.
And I know that abusers hate being seen.
Well,
so that's why the awareness campaign will work, because it'll scare them off the platform. If they are aware that people know what they're doing, they'll run away. I fully believe that.
Yeah.
The channels are Adonis Paul Live, Adonis Paul Pleasure Palace. He's got about 20.
Yeah. You know, the first thing, if Philip DeFranco learns about you, the first thing he's going to do is find the documentary made about you by Adonis Paul, which has more to say about her than what she puts out. Because, again, she is an unreliable source. She's an unreliable narrator. Her book is basically a blatant ripoff of Dave Pelzer's A Child Called It. She's definitely not a histrionic. Yeah, she is a histrionic lying grifter who threatens self-harm for profit. She doesn't volunteer. She collects cans, but again, Mary is a lying bitch. And you're calling
Channels Adonis Paul does, and I've blocked all of them.
Well, of course, you want positive reinforcement because they're telling the truth about you. anyone that tells the truth about you, anyone...
Doesn't matter. The channel that started it was Daywave Radio.
It wasn't a hate channel. They didn't hate. They were curious about you. JJ Stoner was the first one to find you because he is a legendary lolcow herder. He takes these cows to pasture and cultivate them. He cultivates these cows and takes them out to pasture and lets them out into the world. And we get to milk them for what they're worth. So again, you lose, Mary. The first video they showed was you putting mayonnaise in your hair. And you didn't do it the right way. You just squeezed a whole bottle of mayonnaise.
They took videos of me feeding ducks and
No, you were feeding ducks cooked rice. Granted, they didn't know it was cooked, but the implications is that, again, you were feeding ducks rice.
and they started telling people that I was murdering the animals.
No, Mary. It was a joke. Because again, you're not supposed to feed ducks rice. Cooked or not, you're not supposed to do that. So yeah. That's where the whole duck murder thing. I mean, she pretty much shoots herself in the foot every time she opens her mouth. The more she opens her mouth, the more she speaks, the more she incriminates herself. Because again, she does not, just like Letitia, she doesn't know when to shut the fuck up. And it's hilarious.
And from then, everybody was calling me a murderer. And then they found out that I had put a man in prison for murder.
No. You helped the man murder his fiance. And his fiance had cerebral palsy. It might not have been as severe as your brother's, but it was still cerebral palsy. And you pretty much wanted to be the only one in the relationship. You didn't want this whole love triangle to go on, so you demanded him to, quote unquote, get rid of her. And he did so, and you argued in the truck, and then he said that he was going to kill her, and you didn't protest. Instead, you just sat there. Well, again, again, the story changes. The story changes, and you try to say, oh, I put him in prison. No, you were fucking him before the murder. And you wanted to be the only one in the relationship. So, yeah. Sorry to burst your bubble, bitch, but again, you sowed your own poison.
And they twisted the story that I was the murderer.
Well,
and started threatening me that they were going to have me put in prison. They were going to have the case reopened. They were going to contact the man that I imprisoned and get his side of the story and have him freed. And I need help.
She's trying to grift. She's trying to get fucking Philip DeFranco to fight her battles for her because she is a weak-willed bitch. She is a pathetic, she's a weak bitch who will never do anything for herself. Because she wants other people to make all her internet bullies go away for her. Like what AP said in Mayo 3, Adrazia has never done anything for herself ever since she moved to LA. From her Section 8 housing to her free medical care, she has never worked for anything she has been given. And this translates to her online behavior where she is crying bloody murder, where she is suicide baiting and slandering people, hoping that someone will come to her rescue. This is who she is.
Wave Radio, Adonis Paul, Hatman, Aunt Kathy's Storytime, Virgie G. These channels here.
What about me, Mary? I've been covering you I've been covering you for a year, and I don't get any recognition? You are so selfish. You are selfish, lady. I fly under the radar. That is sad. Selfish. So selfish.
On YouTube are profiting off of hurting me, and their main goal is for me to kill myself. They've told me that from the beginning, from the very beginning. They told me that it would never end until I was either homeless again or dead. And I need something to intervene before they push me to that point, because they've gotten me there mentally multiple times. I'm already not living.
Yeah. Cry me a fucking river, you dumb bitch.
No. I'm already just waiting to die.
Here we go again.
I need for this to end. I need for these channels to be well known so that they can be stopped.
Oh, Jesus Christ. No one's going to fight your battles for you. And now, let us fester.
If I had...
Nobody gives a fuck.
Remember that.
Here she is, a woman of the hour, Latitty. I'm going to keep this short because, again, I'm just going to get to where she's reading the affidavit.
I, Leticia Collins, am typing this letter in order to disclose my personal perception of the events that led to my current and neither warranted nor solicited pregnancy by a man named Jason Lee Wallace, born June 11th, 1984. My attempted efforts to file against this man have been unconstitutionally revoked, and my integrity scrutinized, mocked, and sullied due to the issuance of a warrant based around an allegation that states I might have falsified the report.
Which you did, Letitia. Yeah, it's Letitia time. That's why I'm going to end it off here. Sorry, we won't get to Perry. But I'm just going to go through this quick and simple because I know Letitia likes to attack people who cover her. Well, men who cover her because, again, she hates it when people point out her bullshit. So, again, in case this takes down, I want to thank you for dropping by. I also want to thank the people who supported me. I also want to thank Miss Moonbear for being a sweetheart. And also want to thank Adonis Paul for spreading the message that James is never going to score. But you have to understand, I'm doing this in case Latitty tries to fuck with my channel. I'm saying this now because, again, Latitty hates men. Narcissist is too good of a word for Latitty. Narcissist is too good of a word for Letitia. She is on a whole other level. And I mean a whole other level.
To which I am appalled, clearly horrified, and mortified at the display of ignorance stemming from the individuals involved due to the fact that your agency has vowed to serve and protect the innocent. until they are proven guilty. Yet I was guilty until proven innocent after being incarcerated for nearly a week due to a warrant issued on behalf of your unwitting prosecutor.
The warrant. Yeah. There are other charges that I can list that Letitia is guilty of. One, of course, falsifying rape, resisting arrest. If you remember the shower video, she was pretty much resisting arrest. Trespassing on private property. Soliciting sex for favors. Grand larceny. I wouldn't say grand larceny. Extortion. She is threatened to murder her. She threatened to murder her unborn child if people don't give her money. If people don't support her lifestyle. Harassing the victim in question, Jason Wallace. Violating the EPO, the emergency protection order placed against her. Violating her bond. And, of course, evading arrest. Yes. Evading charges. She's a fugitive of the law.
In these dire and rather questionable circumstances, your officials have successfully defiled my character in regards to my moral preferences and religious beliefs due to the unlawful detainment and lack of proper investigatory efforts made by your detectives. I was most...
Like I said, if you could please archive Letitia's videos, because odds are she may never have she might not have a channel anymore. She might not have a channel anymore once we continue flagging her for harassing other people, false flagging people's channels, false flagging, and of course, threatening suicide and murder. Threatening murder and suicide. I could say Letitia is egotistical, but again, that's too good of a word for her. So is narcissistic. Narcissistic is too good of a word for Letitia. Like I said, she is on a whole other level.
Certainly not seeking to become impregnated, nor was I seeking to have any sexual contact whatsoever during the month of December 2021, as I had spent nearly 9 months of 2021 celibate due to my current spiritual explorations.
Celibate? Well, I guess you can say she was. I guess you could say she spent a majority of 2021 involuntarily celibate. So basically, Letitia, you were an incel before you hooked up with those men on Tinder. So you basically were an incel before you hooked up with those men on Bumble and Tinder. Well, after you lost custody of your daughter, after your husband divorced you, and after you lost custody of your daughter and after your husband divorced you, you were pretty much an incel before you hooked up with those 4 men on Tinder. On Bumble.
Upon being released into my mother's care, Gail J. Morrison, from the Benton County Correctional Facility, I sought the guidance of my most recent therapist, Dr. Martine Carroll, Ph.D.
Nick James, this is Letitia Collins. Love Notes for TLC. she is worse than, I would say she and Shani are on the same level, are in the same ball game. I would say Letitia and Shani. At first, I thought that Letitia was worse than Shani, but now I realize, yeah, they're the same person. They're both obsessed with a man named Jason. They're both pathological liars. They both threaten suicide constantly. They both play the victim to grift people out of their money. They both expect everyone to cater to their every whims. They're both stuck-up bitches who act like spoiled brats and care about nobody but themselves. They both demand everyone to follow their orders. They both act like they're better than everyone else just because they are God's anointed. And they're both criminals. They both have criminal records. They both falsely accuse their ex-husbands of sexual assault. Except Shani doesn't have charges. Well, Shani does have charges, but that's for domestic abuse. Shani has charges on her for domestic abuse, not falsifying rape like Letitia. And yes, they're both fugitives of the law too. That's why they're hiding away in whatever domicile they are currently residing in. And they've both been arrested numerous times. And both their arrests have been filmed.
Dr. Carroll, who's a renowned psychologist in Hot Springs, Arkansas, has been an essential addition to my psychological
and they both wear
enlightenments and
diapers.
stabilities during the past 2.5 years due to his unwaveringly compassionate.
I am trying to along with other people, myself, Adonis Paul, Hatman, JJ, Miss Moonbear, Original Owl, and other people are trying to let everyone know about this person. We react to her videos, and we're trying to raise awareness about this person who is absolutely, utterly horrid, who is pure evil, like I said, who is a heartless Letitia is a heartless monster who cares about nobody but herself. And she bullies her mother. She bullies her family, especially her mother, who pretty much was simping for her for a while because, again, her mother is not well in the head either.
Counseling. I started seeking his guidance in January of 2020, and although I hadn't seen him during a lengthy hiatus this past year, I recognize that his evaluations of my mental stabilities.
Her apple fritters aren't done in the middle. Her apple pie ain't done in the middle. Her pizza ain't done in the middle.
Have and may assist in establishing my genuine credibility. My deterrence towards seeking his counsel was caused by my recent avoidant detachments and pursuits to socially empower myself through independent travel. His extensive research and personalized efforts have been crucial to my positive expansion, accumulative knowledge,
not to mention
and
she
emotional
has
and
a
mental
criminal
well-beings.
record.
So I know that
She
his established
has
approval
two
and
warrants.
insignia
She has a
are
warrant in
prudent to
two
this
different
case.
states for false rape accusations.
That being clarified, I wanted to relay my accounts regarding. I'm sorry. Let me start over. That being clarified,
and not to
I wanted
mention,
to relay
Letitia
my accounts
is
regarding
openly
this
obsessed with this
begrudgingly
Jason Wallace
existent
because
pregnancy and the
she
fornication that
thinks
took place
that Jason
regarding
Wallace
the entire
is the
matter,
father
which
of her
led to my
unborn child,
classification of the
when
encounters
it's
as
someone
rape.
else.
On the evening of December 1st, 2021, I
Yeah,
had
someone
arrived at a
else
home in
knocked
Jacksonville,
her up.
Arkansas, occupied by
And it
by
wasn't
a
Jason
military
Wallace.
airman named
But
Thomas,
because
whom I'd
Jason
met
Wallace
through cyber means
gave
on
her
a
a good
dating
fucking,
app named Bumble.
which
The
he
man
didn't have
whose
to give,
information
which
I'd
he didn't have to have
inadvertently
sex with
forgotten
her.
due to
But
the traumatic events.
but of course,
Exchanged
she's
sympathy
obsessed with
for
him
my
because, well,
situational
she let her,
homelessness
because
via text
he let
and
him
offered
stay in
me
the
sanctuary for
Airbnb.
the evening or potentially longer if we got along with one another.
Yep.
I was trying to find companionship, safe locations to sleep, and potentially a long-term relationship through online dating. I've known that needing to refrain from sexual intercourse is mandatory due to the fact that I no longer take birth control and haven't
Oh yeah,
in 6
that's right.
years.
You're right,
I've
Nick
managed
James.
to
Her
avoid
cornbread
pregnancies
ain't
through
done in the
abstaining,
middle.
emergency contraception, and
As what,
avoiding
to
many of
quote
the
Miss
offers I
Parker,
received throughout
Letitia's
my
cornbread,
interactions with the
well,
opposite sex.
Miss Parker would say,
When I
Letitia's
made it to
cornbread
the
ain't done
location
in
in
the middle.
Jacksonville, the man suggested that we play
You're right.
Monopoly, watch a movie, and chat
Miss
as he
Parker,
started
if Miss Parker,
progressively drinking
that's why
more
we
and
should get
more
Miss Parker
obsessively.
to start reviewing
I
love
did not
notes for
anticipate
TLC.
that he would be consuming alcohol during our meeting, and I knew to stay cautiously aware of his advances because the only substance to which I choose to
But then,
indulge
I
is
mean,
medicinal
well, TGR
marijuana.
won't touch her because,
Although
again,
I was not inebriated,
after
he
they
slowly
found out
became so,
that
and I became
Letitia
increasingly concerned
murdered
about his
a litter of puppies by putting them in the
amount
freezer,
of consumption.
newborn puppies at that. Yeah, they didn't want to touch
Exceedingly
that
nervous
because,
and
well,
cognitively detached due to the
it's a
stress
very
of his
sensitive subject
talkativeness
matter.
and physical touch, I chose to quietly enable his
It's a very
actions for
sensitive
many
subject
hours
matter
instead
because,
of
again,
immediately
there are
leaving,
few
only
things that
staying
people
due to
don't
my
touch.
extreme fatigue.
Children
His touch
and
was so forceful, and I was
animals.
in shock as he decided to toss me around feverishly on the futon by my shoulders and onto my back numerous times, which inevitably led to him forcing himself onto me sexually.
Yeah, she claims to be a cuddler.
The following
Translation: whenever she says she's a cuddler, that means she's solicited. It's basically code for prostitute. She's basically a prostitute. She's basically a prostitute, offering her services to cuddle. Translation: it's basically code for, well, she's a hooker. She's a prostitute. And no, I'm not accusing her. That's her title. That's literally her title. She is a prostitute.
December the 2nd. I was too tired physically and mentally drained by that time that I did not forcefully nor physically attempt to fight back.
Oh, yes, Nick James.
presuming that-
Yeah, Nick James. She did work like at a vet office, a veterinarian's office. And she took a litter of newborn pit bull puppies and put them in the freezer and listened as they froze to death. Not to mention, she's also murdered a few other dogs, unintentional or not. She also beheaded a dog too. Unintentional or not, she is responsible for the death of 12, 13, 15 dogs. She might have murdered more dogs. She might have murdered 20 dogs or 100. She might have murdered people. I'm not saying she killed a guy. I'm not saying she killed, like, the men that she had sex with, which, yeah. You better watch out because, yeah, she has threatened to murder people. She has threatened to murder, Jason Wallace. She has threatened to murder her daughter. She has threatened to murder her ex-husband. And she has threatened to murder her family, too. She is extremely volatile. She's like a Roman candle. Eventually, she will, she will go off. Eventually, she will snap. She has threatened to murder herself and her unborn child. She has threatened numerous times to murder her child once it's born. Yeah, I wish I was kidding.
At my unrequited verbal consent.
She uses her unborn child as a bargaining chip to extort this Jason Wallace person into a relationship with her.
Was enough to stop the engagement, yet it was clearly not. After he forcefully removed my bottoms and penetrated me, I was unconscious to my surroundings and to...
How did we find out about the dead dogs? Well, she said it her. She said it in a video that she put a litter of puppies in a freezer. She says this shit without provocation, Nick James. She announces this shit without provocation.
What followed due to the loss of my dignity and my personal state of self-detachment. I told him he could
and she always talks
ejaculate
about
inside
how
of me
she's
because I wanted
detaching
to take the
herself from
sample
reality.
to the local hospital in order to
She always
file for the rape.
detaches.
It was the final day of my menses.
She's a danger to
I knew
herself
the
and
chances
others
of
around
pregnancy
her.
were very slim, but was so self-defeated, shameful, and humiliated by the removal of my tampon and the disbursement of blood that all I could manage the following day was a recorded vlog entry. I vlogged my life in order to relay it to my estranged daughter and to share my personal interactions and experiences. It's extremely cathartic for my post-traumatic stress disorder and other disabilities and helps me to cope with my social anxieties and inadequacies. I was so shameful and exhausted that I never went to the emergency room to file the rape and assumed the man would inevitably receive his just dues in one way or another. I was so embarrassed and degraded that I refused to see the occurrence as a rape, although I had clearly begged him to
Letitia's the type
stop
of woman,
every no after
the type of
repetitive
person
no.
who would be a permanent resident of the
The
Nut Hut
following day,
pre-Reagan
of
era.
December 2nd through the 3rd, I chose to ignore his shameful actions and blame myself for attempting to online date while destitute and acknowledge how seemingly desperate I came across. Men forcing themselves upon me hadn't happened often because generally I
I'm
warned the
speeding her up
individuals that
because
everything could be tracked and traced, such as medical and criminal records in this day and age. At this point, I had been living and traveling in my vehicle for nearly a year and a half, managing myself through my disability allotment, inherent frugality, and faith in the greater good. During the days prior to and following the encounter with Thomas, I had also been texting and video chatting with Jason Lee Wallace, the man I've unsuccessfully attempted to file a rape report against in Bentonville, Arkansas. The communication I had with Jason seemed humorously romantic yet playfully erotic, so I was extremely hesitant to...
You're right on the ball. You're right on the ball, Nick James. Letitia, every time people point out that she did this, she says, I disclose what I say because, again, you're all crazy, you're all deranged, and you need help. And she keeps saying, you're going to get your karma soon. And much like Shani, Nick James, Letitia uses her relationship to God as a power fantasy, saying, God will strike you down. You're going to get your karma soon. I'm praying for you. I'm praying for you. And then she does like that sign of the cross bullshit, trying to use religion as a crutch. She's like, I'm praying for you. I'm praying for you. You're going to get your karma. You know how, like, Shani always keeps saying that God will avenge her? Letitia does the same thing, too.
To meet him in person after the forceful incident with Thomas because of the fact that I liked Jason's outgoing personality and could imagine myself getting attached to him physically and emotionally in time. Out of personal integrity and respect, I generally refuse to engage or meet up with multiple men in such a short time frame, especially when someone has violated or tainted my...
Yes, Panda, she is. Yes, Panda, she is. But Letitia doesn't claim to be an archangel or Jesus Christ. At least I hope she doesn't claim to be Jesus Christ. No, that's Tequila. And Christian.
My femininity, but I felt unexpectedly drawn to Jason. time frame, especially when someone has violated or tainted my femininity.
Violated or tempted. Oh, bitch. You should have thought of that when you decided to hook up with 4 strangers on Bumble. Like I said, this bitch is a hoe. This this ugly Stay Puft Marshmallow Man looking bitch is a hoe. She talks about how she lost weight. Looks like she found it. Whatever weight this bitch lost, she found. And yeah, she is pregnant. Yeah.
But I felt unexpected.
Letitia keeps saying that her baby is chosen. She keeps saying that 1 minute she says that her baby is chosen, and then she says her baby is the Antichrist, which makes her the Antichrist. I'd say I always thought she was the Antichrist. But then again, the devil wouldn't claim her crazy ass. I think she is one of the illegitimate children that Satan disowned long ago.
Drawn to Jason. I tried rebutting his communicative advances on December 3rd, but was struck on an emotional level by his continual pursuits and felt safe enough to trust his words. I was disillusioned to that notion the moment Jason spanked my upper buttocks during our first embrace outside of the Harps in Fayetteville, Arkansas on the evening of December 3rd. I must make it completely clear that I am not, nor was I, seeking sexual intercourse during my most recent dating endeavors and chose not to meet men that assumed otherwise. Jason.
Again, this bitch lies all the time. She keeps saying she was not looking for sex. Then why the fuck were you on Bumble? Why the fuck were you on Tinder, Letitty? Why the fuck did you post those racy photos on your Facebook? You were obviously looking for sex. You were obviously looking for someone to fill your hole. Both holes. Face it, Letitia, you're a hoe. Born and bred. And I want to bet, and I'm pretty sure Gail was a hoe too. Gail Morrison, I'm pretty sure Gail Morrison was a hoe too. Before she had you. And your brother Angel, if what I've been hearing about him are true, about what he did to that kid, then he deserves to rot in jail. He deserves to rot in prison. If whatever people are saying about him is true, he deserves to rot in prison. Just like you deserve to rot in prison too. But unfortunately, the system is completely fucked because they let someone like you walk away scot-free. It goes to show how fucked our system is.
Jason was charming, and I allowed him to coerce me into meeting sooner than I had anticipated because he seemed genuinely interested in getting to know me and offered 4 days in a room at an Airbnb in Bentonville, Arkansas. After our initially awkward embrace, I jokingly, yet firmly, or so I thought, reprimanded him for being so brazen and forward. He seemed to enjoy my charisma and unexpectedly invited me to dinner before we headed over to the Airbnb.
You have no charisma, Letitia. You were probably threatening to end your life. You were probably guilt tripping him into a relationship, kind of like how Shani guilt tripped Rev into a relationship. Now you see why I kept saying that Letitia and Shani are the same person. It's shit like this that they do is the reason why people should pay more attention to Letitia. Because regardless of what she says, she is getting attention, and she is basking in the attention she's been receiving from reaction channels. Because she can rub it in their faces and say, ha 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 ha, you're all crazy. You're gonna get your karma soon. I'm better than you. I am supreme intelligence. I am the supreme intelligent being here. I am a supreme intelligence. Yeah, I don't know what I don't know. She's fucked up. She is fucked up beyond repair. And her family is to blame for that. Her mother is extremely submissive. She is right about one thing. Her mother is extremely submissive.
Must interject that prior to meeting in person, I made sure he understood that I was not seeking any type of sexual intimacy at that time. He acknowledged, was obliging to the fact, and so we met. During dinner, I'm sorry, let me get some water.
And she always keeps criticizing other people's lifestyles, saying, oh, you eat fast food, you eat burgers. There's a lot of toxic chemicals in fast food. I'm sorry, Letitia. I'm sorry none of us are vegan. I'm sorry none of us can't afford Whole Foods like you do. I'm sorry none of us can afford Whole Foods. I'm sorry we don't cater to the keto lifestyle as you do. And from what I heard from Maureen the Nitta, you're not even really vegan. You just use the vegan label because you thought it makes you sound bougie. It makes you sound like you're upper class. Miss me with that shit. You lying hoe.
During dinner, he ignorantly revealed a few attributes about himself that I didn't entirely condone, and I disclosed to him that we should definitely not try to become intimate at that time because I was scheduled to ovulate in a few days. Usually, the recognition of an unwanted pregnancy deters most men from wanting to become intimate with a complete stranger, but apparently not in this particular circumstance.
Lying
In the
hoe.
midst of consuming our meal, he tossed a $50 bill on the table, reimbursement for the gas it took me to get to the area, as we had discussed prior. I was completely disgusted by his lack of decorum and disrespectfully misogynistic competence, but was willing to see if his temperament would appropriate itself as the evening progressed.
Yeah. Gray man. She does blame her father for sexually assaulting her. I don't know if it's true or not, but there is a lot of evil in that family. Her parents are not innocent. Neither is her brother. No one is innocent. And that's probably why she's crazy. Because, again, her family is fucked up. Her family dynamic is completely fucked. Everything Adrazia says about her family is basically what Letitia's family is.
I realized prior to leaving the restaurant that he was not as genuine as he portrayed himself to be, and that I should be cautious while attempting to trust his words and actions. As we walked out of the restaurant, I was pulled in for another embrace, which was not too forceful, so I leaned into him willingly, and then he attempted to kiss me, and I tried to pull away. But then he decided. Let me reread that. As we walked out of the restaurant, I was pulled in for another embrace, which was not too forceful, so I leaned into him willingly, but then he attempted to kiss me, and I tried to pull away. He seemed frustrated by my maneuvers to avoid his physical intimacy. Seemingly perturbed, he asked if I felt safe to go to the Airbnb. Reluctantly, I said yes because I had already driven nearly 4 hours and was already quite fatigued. I wanted to take advantage of the opportunity he had denoted to sleep in a bed safely, as well as easy access to a kitchen and restroom. We drove to the Airbnb located at 2903 Northeast 6th Street, Bentonville, Arkansas 72712. I did not realize there would be other people in the Airbnb because I'd never been to an Airbnb before, and immediately noticed a woman sitting in the living room and felt slightly unnerved. We walked past a small dining area to our right as we entered the residence and walked straight to a room located in a short hallway on the left with a paper labeled B attached to the door. He must have been there before and had spoken to the homeowners prior to our stay because he didn't seem to acknowledge the woman sitting in the living room. My immediate thought upon entering the home was sex trafficking. I was not very comfortable, but chose to stay and interact with Jason because he wasn't fondling or speaking provocatively toward me anymore. He spent much of our interaction within the room staring at his phone and typing while the TV played a movie in the background. I tried to communicate with him at one
sex
point
trafficking.
Asked him why he chose to be on.
She always goes to that whole sex trafficking thing. She was never sex trafficked. She was soliciting sex, but she wasn't sex trafficked. There was no sex trafficking. She solicited sex from another man for favors. translation. So the whole thing about being a quote unquote, like I said, her title being a quote unquote professional cuddler is basically a euphemism for being a prostitute. She's a hooker. She is a hoe. And I'm pretty sure that her mom was a hoe too.
A dating app.
And I'm pretty sure her grandmom, and I'm pretty sure her grandmother was a hoe. I'm pretty sure her grandmother, but she charges double because she has no teeth. So Letitia, you're a hoe, your mom's a hoe, and your grandmom is a hoe who charges double because she got no teeth.
Me, why everyone is defining a relationship. I retorted, why do men always say they want a relationship, but all they want is just sex? He replied,
no, her grandmother would be a he bitch.
Just not with you. My self-esteem was shot, and I chose to disengage by walking out to my
vehicle. If her grandfather was a hoe too, he'd be a man hoe. If her grandfather was a hoe too, he'd be a he bitch.
Accurate, and I questioned.
He'd be a silverback he bitch.
Whether or not to go back inside of the residence. At that moment, I made the decision to stay because of my eagerness. Just a moment. At that moment, I made the decision to stay because of my eagerness to sleep in a room safely and to be able to sprawl out as I slept. Jason had mentioned that he would leave if I felt too uncomfortable, so I gave him the benefit of the doubt, even though every fiber of my being was
because you were guilt-tripping him!
I went back.
Of course he felt uncomfortable. You were guilt-tripping him. I like how Shandy guilt-tripped Rev into a relationship.
Inside with my toiletries and night bag. We chatted for a moment and I didn't want to carry all of my belongings into the restroom, so I attempted to leave a portion of my articles behind in the bedroom, which was an obvious mistake in hindsight. I took off my pants, stockings, and cardigan.
Yeah,
so at which time Jason perked up, stopped glaring at his phone, and pounced toward me, pulling me down onto the bed underneath him. I was.
I bet Letitia wished that she was one of Epstein's child brides. How many want to bet that Letitia wished that she was one of Jeffrey Epstein's child brides?
I was very nervous, yet uncontrollably aroused by his gesture toward me, but due to the encounter with Thomas the day prior, I was extremely resistant to his suave manipulations. I fervently excused myself to the restroom under the guise that I was grotesquely sweaty and dirty from traveling such a long distance. I had no intention to mirror or facilitate his sexual advances and skirted off to the bathroom to clean up before bed. After removing my makeup, showering, and dressing in thick pajamas, double-layered in order to deter men from becoming sexually aroused toward me, I laid next to him, and he asked if he should leave or if I was comfortable with him being there. I wasn't uncomfortable at that time. I thought he was handsome, but a little overbearing due to his promiscuities. The gas to travel there had been paid. I was fed, showered, and had a comfortable bed to rest in for the evening. I felt submittingly compliant toward his sexual advances because of my unconditional compassion and gratitude that stems from complex PTSD due to sexual abuse sustained throughout my life. I felt sympathetic toward his need for physical affection and chose to ask if he'd like to cuddle me to sleep instead of pushing him out of the room. He informed me through prior text that he's also had to sleep in his vehicle at times when traveling. He must have spent a fair amount of money to finance our get-together, so I had no qualms about allowing him to rest next to me. I asked him to spoon me from behind and made sure not to wiggle as not to stimulate his arousals before we fell asleep. I was under the impression that he understood we weren't to become sexually active because I would be ovulating within a few days.
Ovulating.
I was only slightly
she was on her menses
by the moment. I'm so sorry. Some of this is really hard to get through, just so you know. And I just have to, do it. So this is the fucking truth, right? Like you saw me crying in the last video.
She pooped out a unicorn.
I was only slightly roused by the movement of my hand moving behind me and toward his pants, or at least that's what I thought I had perceived during my dream state. I curled back into the fetal position, and before I knew it, my pants were off. He had already penetrated me from behind without protection and flipped me onto my back so he could finish his assault. I thought I felt tugging on my pants initially, but as many know, I sleep heavily when in a state of comfort and remain unaware of my surroundings for quite some time before I fully wake, because I imagine these assaults to be subconsciously arousing nightmares. I thought I was having a vivid dream, and only woke when he was on top of me, had ejaculated on my lower abdomen, and was
ejaculated? If he had ejaculated on you, that means he wasn't the one that knocked you up. It was some other guy. And you've admitted that Jason Wallace is not the baby daddy. And you've admitted that you are, by definition, a hoe.
Asking if I needed a rag in order to wipe myself off. I started crying quietly, wiped myself, replaced my sweatpants and full coverage panties as he exclaimed, "You're making me feel bad." To which I blankly stated, "If you feel bad, it's your conscience talking to you," and I rolled over to cry myself back to sleep. The fragments I recall from the encounter are hazy due to my lack of complete consciousness leading to an inability to properly consent. I've been woken in the I'd been woken in the same manner by my ex-husband, and that was just as disturbingly painful. I wasn't prepared to be penetrated by two different men in such a short time frame, and felt horrifically degraded, shameful, and violated. By morning, I felt dead inside, and offered to have sex with him in order to salvage some of my pride by imagining that I chose to initiate the transgression. I knew that he would likely not be reprimanded for his actions due to his military background, just like the other random men that had violated me in the past. I chose to blame myself again, and asked if he'd like to have sex. He asked what changed from last night to this morning. I clarified that it was because we had sex once already, and I didn't intend to have any more partners thereafter due to those recent encounters with which I did not consent. Even if I would have rushed to the nearest hospital to be tested for the rapes, it would have been my word against theirs, so I decided to swallow my pride yet again and attempted to forget the incidents. I was not awake to consent to our initial sexual encounter, but I was awake and willing to participate during the second, which haunts me to this day. During our short yet passionate fornication, he asked where he should go. I told him inside of me if he agreed to buy me a plan B. He manipulatively responded, "I'll buy you anything you want, baby," before completely ejaculating deep inside of me from behind. I was in a lot of physical pain, cramping, and having difficulty sitting and walking during the next 48 hours, and stayed at the Airbnb for approximately 2 days following that intercourse. We had exchanged messages during that time, and I was extremely confused about the entire ordeal, but tried to think positively even though he never came back with the emergency contraceptive he had promised me. Instead, he ignorantly offered to buy condoms even after we had already established raw contact and complete fluid exchanges. I wanted to believe that I was special to him and that he hadn't done that before, so I hid my shame and swallowed my tears. Within our messages, you can tell that I was confused due to an unbeknownst surge of hormones leading to pregnancy. I chose to ignore his misguided ignorance and left Bentonville without purchasing an emergency contraceptive, even though I jokingly told him I would use the gas money to purchase one. My financial deficits were the main reason I didn't purchase a plan B, also partially because I hadn't chosen to have intercourse willingly with either man and refused to use my income to dissolve the men's mistakes. Leaving the situation in God's hands may not have been the most sensible thing I've ever done, but I had no self-respect at that point and went off to destroy myself even further. Rather than exposing the incidents to the authorities, I chose to self-deprecate, self-harm, and seek negative coping techniques to cope with the traumas. Blaming myself seemed much easier than seeking judicial assistance through invasive interrogations, irrational judgments, belittling scrutiny, and accusations alleging that I falsified the facts toward my truths. A few days past the events, I decided to willingly fornicate with another random man I had met online, which I knew was a self-sabotaging technique I picked up after copious amounts of sexual trauma. I chose to sleep with a man in his hotel room that was passing through Little Rock, Arkansas, and explained to him why I was so desperate for a consensual encounter. I was slightly reluctant due to my fatigue. I'm so sorry. He was slightly reluctant due to my fragile mental state, but we engaged in unprotected sex on the evening of December 8th, 2021, regardless of his hesitancies. He pulled out before ejaculation, and when I woke the following morning, the sheets were covered with a brownish hue discharge. I was very nervous that it may have been an STD from the prior two men. I knew that my ailments and promiscuity were directly related to the violations that happened during
I'm the
the days
shoulder
prior,
you cry
and chose
on.
to defend myself in the only way I could sensibly fathom. On December 9th, 2021, I contacted Jason via text in order to inform him that I was going to file rape charges against him due to the fact that I did not consent to our initial sexual interaction. We argued for a bit before he decided to ignore my request to salvage our relationship or rectify my depleted emotional state and dignity in some way. I did not contact Thomas, nor the other man I had slept with the night before, because I felt that Jason was the only man that needed to be notified and reproached. I'm under the distinct impression that he is the father to the child now growing inside of me, although at the time, I had no idea I was pregnant. The word relationship is in quotations in this writing, just so you know, because of the fact that we didn't.
Let us pray the pimp prayer. Lord, guide my hand, so it'll be strong, Lord, and make it strong, Lord, so a hoe will know her place. Amen. Guide my hand, Lord, so that it be strong. Guide my hand. The pimp prayer. Pimp prayer. Let us pray. The pimp. Lord, please pray for the soul of this bitch. Lord, please pray for the soul of this bitch. And guide my pimp hand and make it strong, Lord, so that she might learn a hoe's place. Amen.
Had a relationship. It wasn't a sustainable relationship. We had known each other physically for 12 hours and that was it. So it is in quotations, and there are many of these terms and phrases that are in quotations, and you can go back on my last video. I don't really want to delve into this much further, but to see exactly where those are and exactly what I had, quoted or put in parentheses. And I know that people can take that clip and presume that that's entirely what I stated, but they don't have the actual paperwork where I stated on there,
What you said was absolute bullshit. Did you write that? It sounds like you wrote it and made it up. Again, Letitia, the more you open your mouth, the more you incriminate yourself. And again, the more you read out this affidavit, when you read this affidavit, you made yourself, you pretty much admitted to being a hoe. Lord have mercy on this bitch. And guide my pimp hand and make it strong. Make it strong, Lord. So that she might learn. So that she will learn a hoe's place. Amen.
So, anyway, I finally sought medical assistance at an emergency room in Hot Springs, Arkansas called CHI St. Vincent, but after 3 hours of waiting to be interviewed by triage, I became exhausted, humiliated, and left to smoke medicinal marijuana. I left before proper medical testing could take place due to my overwhelming stress and latent hormonal fluctuations. The nurses informed me of the 2 police jurisdictions I needed to contact in order to file for the rape charges, but I negated to do so because of my emotional and hormonal instabilities. I never
Well, Jason gave her the Airbnb.
Intended to contact either man again and prayed that they'd inevitably get their karma for forcing me to share myself in such a degrading manner. Along came December 22nd, 2021. I had a strange discharge and pain while urinating, so I decided to get checked for STDs at a local convenient care clinic in Hot Springs.
You pooped the bed.
Called First Care Walking Clinic. They informed me that it was not an STD, but that I was indeed pregnant. I had to wait until the following day in order to see a female practitioner for a vaginal examination because thankfully the male practitioner acknowledged my history of sexual trauma. I immediately contacted Jason because I felt as though he was the most likely culprit. He never responded, even though I tried to reassure him that I chose not to file rape charges against him on December 9th. I went back to the...
You don't know what you did? Robin? You didn't do nothing, Robin. The Batman's just being the Batman.
The clinic the following day and waited over 2 hours in order to be seen, but was unable to secure an examination, so I placed efforts into seeing my regular gynecologist. My appointment at Dr. Bradley's office on December 27th yielded another positive pregnancy test. I continued to contact Jason and waited for a response until December 29th, an entire week after discovering the pregnancy, before I actually filed for rape against both men. I realized at that point that there was no salvation for the father, and I chose to file against him because the pregnancy gave me the courage to speak freely about what had truly transpired within both incidences. I persisted in sending messages to Jason in hopes that he would reach out in a positive way, but he was never the man he made himself out to be, because all he wanted was a one-night stand. I regret not filing sooner, but my depression, disillusionment, and lack of motivation due to the traumas got the better of me. I initiated my search for financial resources in order to house my new bundle of joy.
Now you're calling it a bundle of joy?
But the weeks and months dredged on without successfully attaining any support. Removing my financial constraints would have been the only suitable conclusion that would allow me to raise this child as a single parent. I was distraught.
Holy
and
fuck,
more
it's
confused
107.
than ever, since I didn't want to burden my blood relations with this turmoil, nor was I making any headway towards solidifying.
The Batman messes with everyone. He's a troll. But we keep him around because he's funny.
Proper housing, supplies, and financial backing, regardless of my extensive searches. I continued to send both harassing and considerate messages to Jason Wallace until, all of a sudden, on March 9th, 2022, he finally responded. He informed me that I was likely to give birth in prison due to my persistent communicative harassment toward him.
Well, it's like, it's almost,
Also mentioning that,
well, it's almost as if he's predicting the future. He could be a clairvoyant. Jason could be a clairvoyant. So he probably knows what's going to happen. You're probably going to give birth in prison, Letitia.
that I had numerous warrants out for my arrest and that I should not contact him again. I made light of his threats because I had presumed that he was fabricating his claims. But by the following day, I contacted the detectives in your jurisdiction.
Made the root beer float.
And the officer informed me that there was indeed a warrant, and I needed to turn myself in order for the warrant to be served.
Yeah, you did. Well, actually, you didn't turn yourself in. You were resisting arrest. You were in the shower when the officers came knocking because you weren't supposed to be in the gym.
I was flabbergasted. And looking back at the report filed against me, I realized that the detective misconstrued my words and emotions and did not take heed of my actions, which clearly depict pure naivety and innocence toward the entire situation.
Yeah, you're naive.
It took less than 3 weeks in order to deem me as the guilty party, and that is not enough time for a proper investigation to have taken place.
You are guilty. You are guilty, Letitia. It's called entrapment.
I have since gathered my medical records, and if needed, will bring forth character witnesses on my behalf in order to solidify my initial claims. Apparently, faulty investigations take place on a daily basis in Arkansas, so I thought the allegations were a sick and cruel jest. How can a homeless, mentally frail, abused woman be charged with falsifying her claims when she was not seeking sexual interactions nor financial compensation whatsoever? The only reason I didn't speak against the men sooner was due to my acquiescent personality stemming from proven...
Yep. Letitia, you're a hoe. You are nothing but a hoe, Letitia.
Abuse and PT.
And yes, this is her room, and she's got all her stuffies in the background. Yes, in case you aren't wondering, she has her stuffies. She might be a Pegasus. She might be until, who knows? She might be until My Little Pony.
TSD. My son's fluttering heartbeat was the sole reason I requested the men be classified as sexual offenders. Though now I realize my son's life has meant nothing to this or any court of law presiding over God's green earth. Some had suggested that I should have kept quiet and placed the father on child support in order to financially sustain the baby, but that is not justice in my opinion. I filed for rape at the beginning of this pregnancy because I wanted nothing to do with the father after he ignored my pleas for help. I also wanted him to have nothing to do with the son I was left alone to tend.
Yep, Gray Man, you are right. Also, it's 1:11 here in the Lizard Pit, and yeah, don't forget to like the stream. Again, also, subscribe to all the channels. To quote Greg Gurilmo, subscribe to all the channels. And, if you feel generous and want to donate a few bucks, the links to the, donation, Streamlabs/Rickzilla 0825, Rickzilla 082, Streamlabs/Rickzilla 0825, or PayPal/Rickzilla54. Links are in the description as well as in the pinned comment. Any amount will do. Big, small, medium. If you can't donate, you can support the channel in other ways by liking the stream, sharing it with your friends, and also subscribing. We are on the verge of 500 subscribers, and I couldn't be any more grateful for how far we have come. And trust me, the best is yet to come, folks. Because again, I could fuck with James. Once I get my community tab, I can use it as a way to counter James's arguments. Because again, he's never gonna score. And Mary, too, because she's a liar. And she owes me TP for my bunghole. And Letitia, because she's a puppy murderer.
Destitute and fearful for my life. Yet I did want him to receive at the very least the psychological repercussions I've incurred during this entire ordeal.
King Kong. Yes, Auntie Green. That Greg Gurilmo, aka King motherfucking Kong. King Kong. The King Kong to my Godzilla.
Emotional text messages. The physical, emotional, and sexual traumas of an undesired pregnancy cannot be returned nor shared equally with the father, so I was willing to settle with psychological warfare. Pregnancy is not something to take lightly, and Pregnancy is not something to take lightly, and neither is forceful and non-consensual penetration. The detectives...
Also, this bitch gave a blowjob to a cop. Also, did I forget to mention that this bitch gave a blowjob to a cop? If you watched AP's The Letitty Story Part 2, The Child from Hell, The Pregnancy from Hell, there is a instance where she admitted to giving a cop a BJ. Or at least that's what I heard about. I don't know if that's true, but it wouldn't fucking surprise me that this bitch was practicing fellatio on an officer. Ooh. Oh, those are her mom stuffies. Oh, she's in her mom's room. Yeah, that's right. Much like Shani, she takes advantage of the mom's. Much like Shani, she overstays her welcome and invades, forcing her mom out, kicking her mom out of the room.
Determined my guilt through the correspondence gathered, yet it was apparently misunderstood due to their argument that I sought out a relationship after the forced intercourse. I was trying to see things from their perspective and offered time for them to appropriate the whole situation. I wanted to feel some semblance of self-respect by imagining the fornication would lead to a healthy relationship, but I was tragically mistaken.
I sped it up because, again, if this was on normal speed, then we wouldn't be finishing this. I just wanted to get this over with fast because I sped this up because it'll make it faster.
Apparently, my words and actions are not respectable enough for anyone to acknowledge, and that includes the active suffering I've endured at the hands of the judicial courts of Arkansas. Their misguided and dim-witted perception of who I truly am have tainted my reputation and caring sensibilities. I have a criminal record in regards to my relationship with my ex-husband, and it was taken out of context due to the elevation of this matter, and for that, I feel ashamed for everyone involved.
No, bitch. It's not because of that. You threatened to murder your daughter. You lit your daughter's crib on fire. You were trespassing on private property. That's another one of the charges. That's another one of the charges. Child endangerment is another charge. Let's not forget that. There's child endangerment. And of course, you're a hoe. You are a hoe, Letitia. You are nothing more than a tribling hoe. Tribling hoe. Yeah. That's some ASMR shit right there, folks.
Your detectives and prosecutors have ill-advised notions regarding true justice because they don't research individuals properly and classify those individuals by their faulty records. During this pregnancy, I've been overly stressed, harassed, rejected, and I know that's due to the hilariously outlandish claim that I falsified the document in question, to which I've clearly not. My criminal record does not reflect the uneducated determinations and manipulation tactics behind what truly transpired in those cases.
So basically, this affidavit is basically a slap in the face for her, because if she goes to a court, if she goes to a judge with this shit, they're gonna look at her as if she is guilty, as she is guilty, which she is guilty. I'm not gonna lie, she is fucking guilty. But if she reads this shit out, it goes to show that, yeah, she's the aggressor in all this, and not Jason Wallace, not the police, and not her ex-husband. She is. And that comment that she's by Jason Wallace saying that she's most likely gonna give birth in prison is pretty much a prediction. Because again, it's gonna happen. You're going to jail, Letitia. Physical jail. And it's not gonna be a slap on the wrist, and it's not gonna be a stay in county. It's gonna be orange is the new black type. It's gonna be like an orange is the new type of black deal. It's gonna be orange is the new black for you. I hope you like orange. I hope you like the color orange, because that's what you're gonna wear 24/7 once they find out that all this shit that you've been spewing is utter garbage, and they find out from, well, the court records. The records. The more you incriminate yourself, the more guilty you look. So, yeah. You and Adrazi are going to be cellmates. I hope you and Adrazi and Shani end up in the same prison. Because, again, you'd be perfect. You'd be like a gang. You three would be like a gang. We're talking Orange is the New Black shit. And I'm not talking about barbecue sauce on your titties. Lord knows that your
courts and those of Garland County have never dealt with an individual such as myself, and I pity that fact. I never sought to ruin anyone's life in the process of revealing the honest truth, yet have managed to hurt myself in the process of seeking justice through the judicial courts on this earthly plane. How blatantly ironic, in my personal opinion. I do apologize for my facetiousness, as I've dealt with ignorance many times before, yet not to this excess. I have no intention to keep this child after he's born, due to the fact that I do not and will not have a husband by the day my son enters this world. I'm not mentally unstable enough to romanticize being a single parent for the child of a rapist, all while...
Well, that's true. You're not going to keep that baby. Once you give birth, they're going to give it away to the state. They're going to put it in foster care. Once you give birth, you're not going to keep that baby. They're going to put it in foster care. And you're never going to see your child again. Like you're never going to see your daughter again. Letitia, you really need to learn. Letitia, you need to get used to being alone forever. You need help. You need to be put on psych meds, and you need to get used to being alone, because no one is going to find you desirable. No one is going to find you desirable. After all the things you've said in your videos, no man in their right or wrong mind will ever have sex with you. And you are never, and all the things you said about the baby, about your daughter, you're never going to get full custody of your daughter after you doxed her and put her information out there for strangers to use because you want revenge for not having your daughter in your custody, for not having custody of your daughter. And you've been given every out to get your shit together. Hell, you've been... I'm pretty sure that you've been instructed to take parenting classes, but instead you pretty much gave up in the first try because, again, you are a shitty person. You're never going to get your kids back. You're never going to get your daughter back. You're never going to see your daughter ever again. She doesn't even know who the fuck you are because, again, you threatened to kill her when she was still a baby. Like you're threatening to kill this baby once it's born. You are awful. You should never be a mother. And you never were... Like I said, that child, once it's born, is better off in foster care. Because you are absolute garbage.
Whilst struggling through homelessness and an inability to financially support any child, let alone myself.
Yep. You're never going to keep that baby. And don't threaten that kid's life. Because, again, even if you give birth in prison, you're surrounded. Even if you give birth in prison, you're surrounded. You're surrounded by security. You're surrounded by guards. They're going to take that baby away from you, and then they're going to put it in foster care. So, yeah. Good luck. Try to talk your way out of that. After what they've heard, after you keep saying that you're going to threaten to murder the kid once it's born. Yeah. There's going to be security around your place. And they're probably going to put you in like a isolation.
The accumulative pursuits to defile my character and disregard my soul's honor have been successful, and I refuse to accept a child that's already been rejected by everyone around it. Prior to my lengthy detainment in your correctional facilities, I fantasized about keeping the child on my own, but that illusion was shattered when I realized that its mother would also never be acceptable to society nor its judicial courts. My mental illnesses and current refusal to blindly comply with the authorities have upset a large sum of individuals, and I've been perceived as an anarchist for utilizing my constitutional freedom of speech.
Yep. All this whole, and you try to judge others by their life choices. maybe you should look at your own life before you judge others. And I was going to say this. And to quote The Dark Knight, what were you trying to prove? What were you trying to prove? I mean, what were you trying to prove? That deep down everyone is exactly as you. You're alone.
I might have assumed that there was a grander purpose behind all of my pain, but I've concluded that no one truly wants to understand me or my tribulations with an unbiased perception. I seek not to persuade anyone into perceiving my innocence. My innocence is transparent. I plead for true justice, if not for me, then for the offspring you've aided in development.
You're gonna be in a padded cell forever.
I chose not to seek out an abortion, although it was offered by two individuals. I've had an abortion before and damned myself for being so callous. I wanted to be open to the possibility that the other half to this child would do right by his own blood. I was wrong, and soon you'll have another mouth to feed in your foster care system.
That child is better off in foster care than in your care. Because again, after seeing all the things you've said, after all the things that have come to light, yeah. That child has a better chance at surviving in a safer environment than with you, because again, you are not mentally equipped to handle any responsibilities, especially a child. We've seen what you did with newborns. We've seen what you've done with newborns. And you know what they say about serial killers? They start out by harming small animals. Lord knows what would happen if she did give birth to this child and she is left unattended. Luckily, if she does go to prison, she's going to be surrounded by guards and staff so that she won't kill the baby once she gives birth to it.
I'm extremely disheartened and defeated by this entire occurrence, but choose to leave my faith in the hands of the godly individuals that reign over these courts. I went to parochial school and understand what it takes to pledge my faith and life to a higher power and purpose. I accept what's best for the greater good, trusting in Him and those that abide by His gracious words of love and hope. In summary, I'd like to reflect upon my visible serenity and lighthearted responses toward these traumatic events, and will continue to pray for everyone involved. I choose to leave my fate in the hands of God, the true God, and not one that violates, harasses, defiles, and abuses defenseless women and children.
True God? There is no true God. Or at least, that's what the atheists say. The atheists say that there is no God. I do say there is a God, and He has abandoned us. Not really. But again, He's abandoned. I'd say if there is a God, then He has abandoned you, Letitia. Because again, what kind of God would let you live in squalor? What kind of God would allow you to go on threatening other people? Hell, no real Catholic person, and I'm Catholic myself, and no real Catholic person should ever threaten the lives of other people, especially not in the name of God. But then again, the Crusades were different. It was a different time, and the Crusades were basically a thing back in the days. And of course, there's Vlad the Impaler, who would torture and butcher people, who would torture and butcher people he deemed as enemies of God. Yeah, Vlad the Impaler was a sick fuck. I know, I'm twisted. I'm fucking twisted. I was gonna say, yeah. Then again, at this time, I think Vlad the Impaler might not be such a bad guy. Albeit he did torture and impale thousands of people, men, women, and children alike. And he might have drank their blood, and he might have indulged in their blood. Hence why the rumors of him being a vampire started, and probably inspired Bram Stoker to create his version of Dracula. He's my kind of guy, and he might be my kind of guy.
Through the entirety of this affidavit, forebodingly
Then again, I think Vlad the Impaler was onto something.
yours, Leticia Collins. So that was my affidavit, and that's what I'm going to present to them in court. A few little alterations.
Your affidavit? Yeah. If you present that shit in court, they're gonna see they're gonna find out that, yeah, you're bullshitting. That, and the fact that you offered yourself up to these suitors, or Johns as they are, and let's be real, those were Johns. They were Johns, Letitia. Those 4 men that you fucked, they were Johns. You're a hoe. Jason Wallace was a John that you were obsessed with. All because he let you stay in an Airbnb.
I'm sorry of punctuation errors, but nothing. I really don't know what to tell anybody anymore. I don't know how to explain myself in a proper manner to where people can understand and engage with me and know that I'm not lying. I'm not trying to manipulate anyone. Within the time frame of 24 hours, I wrote that. That's not a lie. That is not me fabricating anything. That's not me being creative or distorting the truth. These are all.
Then again, Vlad the Impaler was a badass motherfucker. Am I idolizing the wrong person? I am sick, and I need help. Maybe I need help.
My truths, and that's what it is, and that's why my.
Your truths? Ah, you said it. Your truth. Your truth. Not the truth. Your truth. Translation. Your reality. I'm sorry. Do you think the courts are going to believe a mentally unstable, narcissistic woman who openly admitted to soliciting sex from 4 strangers that she met on a hookup app? That's another list of your charges. That's another one of that you would add a lot more on your long list of charges, such as, well, soliciting sex, as I said, extortion, falsely accusing, false rape accusations, evading capture, resisting arrest, trespassing on private property. Because, yeah, you were kicked out of those gyms. And every time you would go to those gyms to use their facilities, knowing that you've been kicked out, that's trespassing. You were basically trespassing on private property. Because, again, you were banned from those gyms. You were banned from those gyms that you frequented because you treated them like they were you treated them as if they were like the Holiday Inn or Motel 6. You treated them as if they were the Hilton. Yep. So basically, loitering is another charge. Loitering, soliciting, extortion, trespassing, slander, defamation, endangerment, child endangerment. Let's not forget that you threatened to murder your daughter. Doxing. Threats on your life, threats on other people's lives. You've threatened to murder your you threatened to murder your baby numerous times in your videos. You threatened self-harm. You threatened suicide. And of course, resisting arrest. Let's not forget that you resisted arrest when the cops came to arrest you while you were taking a shower. Yes, and I also said trespassing on private property because, again, those gyms that you were banned from are private property. Not to mention your husband's home. Your husband's dormancy is considered private property because it's his property, not yours. And also, murdering, let's not forget, murdering helpless animals. Yep. Endangering the lives of others around you.
Psychologist is willing to sign off on it because he understands from my perspective that I'm not trying to deceive anyone. I had thought.
Also perjury. Oh yeah, don't forget perjury. Yeah, perjury is another list of charges. Once they look at your rap sheet, they're gonna add perjury to a list of charges. I almost forgot perjury.
That giving them the benefit of the doubt and giving them time to recognize what they had done would make them see how hurt I was. They don't care. Men don't care. Just like I said in my last video, DNA is DNA. Men just don't have that compassion toward things. And that's why they shouldn't be running things, because we have no empathy. If you have no sort of empathetic...
Yes. James will never score, and Letitia will never have custody of her kids, and Adrazia will never have a cent in her name. And Shani will never have her kids too. And Rev will never score again. Rev will never score again because, of course, Channy's vagina has the acidic property of an alien xenomorph. So his dick probably melted off.
Toward other people, if you don't have that, then that's a...
And Letitia's vagina, and I keep saying this, Letitia vagina, maybe you this affidavit proves that, yeah, you are a hoe. Your vagina, this whole affidavit that you wrote, it proves one thing. You're a hoe. Your vagina is wider than the Grand Canyon, and you can't keep your hands, lips, tits, and vagina to yourself. So, yeah. Good luck. Good luck presenting that in court. It makes you look even more guilty than you already are. So, yeah. You're fucked. You are Fucked. Fucked. Sorry, I won't be.
Deficit that you carry, because that's actually a heightened state of awareness and intelligence, is to have emotional intelligence for other things.
Someone suggested that she do OnlyFans, but she won't do it because, again, she's a rebel without a cause and effect. Letitia's a rebel without a cause and effect. And this is the thing I see with these idiots online. They treat YouTube as if it was their personal diary, not knowing that it's a public platform where anyone and everyone with an electronic device will have access to their videos, will view them. So yeah. If you thought that you were gonna spread your message through your YouTube videos, then you are fucking insane. That's why I make these videos, because I'm trying to raise awareness that all you people are deranged. You obviously don't care about your audience. And you don't even care about your daughter. And you keep claiming that your YouTube videos are a form of therapy. YouTube is not therapy. YouTube is not your psychiatrist. It's a public platform owned by a private company. So yeah. You failed big time, Letitia.
And to acknowledge where they're stemming from and acknowledge where their pain is. So although I may not display my pain openly and honestly for everyone to see at all times, it is there. And I'm not trying to manipulate or persuade anyone to perceive me as innocent. I didn't do anything. I haven't done anything but tried to seek help, but tried to seek assistance. And that's why there were so many officers that were lenient in other states, because they knew Why should this girl go with a warrant?
Oh,
when in
yeah, that's
actuality,
right.
It's just people messing with me.
You're right. You're right, Auntie Green. You're right. She solicits. She prostitutes herself in her YouTube her channel description is pretty much her prostitute is basically another. The professional cuddler title is basically another word for prostitute. So yeah, Letitia, you are a hoe. And it's very fucking late. It's already 1. It's almost 2 o'clock here in the lizard pit because I live in the west. It's basically almost 2 o'clock and I need to get off this thing. But I need to let everyone know that you are crazy.
But why? To see my strengths? To see my ability to fight back? To see if I would fight back this time? Because I'm comprehensive enough to do so? I'm cognitively stable enough to do so this time? Because I wasn't with my daughter? Yeah, I would feel ashamed if I were you people, for sure. The people that have been watching me all these years. I would.
Trisha? I feel ashamed. Trisha? As in, truthfully, Trisha? No, she's jealous of you. No, Trisha is jealous of you because you are getting all the simps. And she wants the simps too.
The people that have allowed this to happen and progress to this extreme, I would feel ashamed for you because you are technically my fathers and mothers. You are.
Yeah, it's everyone else's fault that you fucked yourself over. Yeah, it's everyone else's fault that you fucked yourself over in this video.
Technically supposed to be there as protective measures for people like me that can't always defend themselves, can't always be there, can't always be mentally aware at all times because I've been fucked up too many times.
Yep. You're a prostitute, Letitia.
There's no way I want to engage with traumatic events at this point. I still detach. And my psychologist even said, I like the way that you use the term detach.
I don't think your psychiatrist or psychologist said that. I don't think your psychologist was a real psychologist. Just some guy that you found. He was probably a homeless guy that you found and paid and offered party favors and offered cuddles to pretend to be a psychologist. I don't know. This shit seems fishy to me. Then again, like I said, maybe that's her snatch.
Because that's exactly what trauma kids do. You know, kids that have gone through trauma and suffering. They'll detach. They'll be in denial of the things that they've done wrong. I'm not in denial of the things I did wrong.
Yeah, just like James.
Went to these places willingly under the guise that I would be safe. And I am humiliated because I was...
Yeah, I'm gonna...
so shameful after the events. I didn't even want to speak up. And that's how most, appropriate women in that way work. They don't want to share it. And then they get fucked over and then they have another mouth to feed. And it's all on us. No. The men need to feel ashamed of themselves and take care of whatever this is. Let's just...
You suck at sign language, Letitty. You really suck at everything you do. No one, and I mean no one, owes you a damn thing. You are not entitled to be catered to. You are not entitled to be pampered, to be catered to. Again, you are 35 years old. You're older than me. And I'm 30 years and I'm turning 31 this year. And I'm turning 31 in August. And speaking of which, yeah, Robin, if you're still lurking, my birthday is around the corner. And yeah.
Just go ahead and chop that.
Yeah.
Off, huh? Let's go ahead and, I know that seems like cruel and unusual punishment, but what about sticking an innocent pregnant woman in jail, even for a week, and forcing the lack of nutrition on her, and I'm still...
Again, we're not your babysitters. We're not your parents. You are not entitled to anything, Letitia. You are not. No one is gonna bend over backwards to make you feel welcome, to make you feel comfortable. You're a grown woman. You shouldn't be asking people to take care of you. You should be taking care of yourself. But your childhood was completely fucked up. Probably because you were a spoiled child when you were growing up. You were spoiled. You've always been spoiled, and you don't know how to not be spoiled. So yeah. Poopy. You are poopy, the titty. You are scum. Brain damage or not, you are scum. You're a fucking degenerate. And I know people like you.
Catching up with it because of the emotional trauma and trying to sustain myself with whatever means I can.
Because I'm the shoulder you cry.
So, yeah, I would feel ashamed if I were the U.S. government, and I would feel ashamed if I were the people prosecuting me and trying to do all this, the detectives and their detective work. Good for you. Pew, pew. Good job. You are allowed to walk around with guns. I would worry about the mental stability of, the people that have the keys. Because honestly, they've been in power for so long that they're just mentally distorted. Their genetics are distorted. That means that their kids are distorted because they get...
Again, you don't get to call everyone distorted. You don't get... This is the thing with you, Letitia, is that it's always everyone else's fault. It's always the Rothschilds. It's always the system. It's always the government. No one cares. Nobody fucking cares about a mentally unstable hobo who has prostituted herself on hookup apps and charging people $50 for cuddles. You're a hoe, Letitia. And you should know a hoe's place. You fuck. All right, good night, great man. I'm about to end this one. Oh, hell yeah.
Get away with everything. And, well, my dad's a cop. Yeah.
I'm Godzilla,
they're
bitch.
all busted for being dicks.
Yeah, of course. It's the police's fault that you were wrongfully arrested. I have to say this. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck what you think, Letitia? You're a hoe. You'll always be a hoe. Mm-hmm.
So, we at least have castration. I mean, we could do that to these people. Why should they be fornicating and breeding?
Why should you be breeding? If you didn't want a child, then you shouldn't have offered yourself up. Then you shouldn't have offered yourself to these suitors. These Johns. These Johns on Bumble. Maybe you should have kept your legs closed, Letitia. Ever thought of that? Maybe you should have kept your legs closed, you dumb bitch. That's what you get for being a hoe. That's what you get for being a hoe, Letitia.
I mean, I don't know how sickly this child will end up because of whatever.
Hold on. Sorry, you won't be able to see. Sorry, you won't be able to see what I gotta do. Yeah, Amazon wish list. Rickzilla's birthday wish list. Yeah. Sorry, you don't get to see the goods. Sorry, you won't get to see the goods. Again, Letitia, no one owes you a damn thing. No one owes you a cent.
Was in the
yeah, I had to put my Amazon my birthday registry list in the chat so that people will know, because my birthday is coming next month. I'm gonna be 31 years old, and even though I'm still more mature than this adult child,
father, whatever his chemical makeup was, whatever additives were in his system
Thank you.
when we conceived. I'm horrified.
Yeah, I need new headphones. I need new headphones, Robin. And it's one of the highlighted items on the wish list.
I'm very concerned. That's why I kept to myself. And
Yeah. Nobody cares what you think. You're horrified. You're concerned for other people. No, the fuck you aren't. You just want to use people as human shields to hide behind, because again, you're a coward and a hoe. You're a hoe, and you want to use people as meat shields. Even though you're vegan, you still use people as meat shields. Just like how James uses Adrazia as a meat shield. Kind of like how James uses Adrazia and Donovan Schultes as human shields to deflect, to hide behind, because again, he's a coward, just like you. Except James is never going to score, and you're never going to see your kids again. You and Shani are never going to see your kids again.
I wanted somebody that was vegan also, because I didn't want that trash offspring of like all these additives and whatever injections he had in the military. No, these people were offering. They were nice.
Again, nobody owes you a damn thing. Again, what are you trying to prove? That everyone should be exactly like you?
They said they didn't need anything back. And what? I expected it. Like, I listen to people. If that's what you're going to tell me, if not, I'm going to call the cops. Like,
yep. I'm having a midlife crisis. So, yes, the Batman, I'm having a midlife crisis.
And that's how it goes.
And I need new headphones, because again,
shouldn't be one of those people.
I need new headphones because the last ones, well, ones that don't have like a mic built in, just regular headphones, just not the ones with a mic, like a built-in mic earpiece or mic. Because I broke my last ones. Yeah, because I broke my last ones. That's why I need new headphones. Because I broke the other ones. I tried gluing them back together, but unfortunately, it doesn't work. Unfortunately, glue doesn't hold it together. I tried, but the glue doesn't hold it together. Yeah. Yeah. I learned my lesson. Never glue things that go around your head or on your neck. So, yeah.
People that's looked at like, oh, I was doing anything nefarious or shady or whatever. Whatever. People, get over yourselves. And that's why, like, I was trying to get through it because it took for.
What about that Amazon wish list? What about your Amazon wish list, Latitty? You were begging people to buy you shit. And then you complained that you didn't get the shit that you wanted. And that's the thing with these dipshit simps. People like Ernie Shell. People like the guy that C'est La Vie Media was talking about. That Jimbo guy. The one that married his wife, who happens to be like 12, who was at the when she was 12 and he was 17. Yeah. Yeah. Those are the type of people that are defending you. Degenerates, chomos, and Karens. The people like Perplex Cutie, people like Molly Golightly, and of course, Bullhorn Betty and Caron. Those are the type of people that are simping for you, Letitia. The same people that simp for Shani, the same people that simp for Mary, are the same people that simp for you. And most of the people that have been simping for Shani as of recently come from the people who simp for Letitia. Probably people that were simping, people like Ernie Shell's people. Yeah. Fuck him. He's a degenerate who needs to be prosecuted and locked up for the rest of his life too. He and James need to share a cell together, and I'm pretty sure, and I would not, and it would make me it would make me smile to know that Ernie Shell is gonna get fucked in the ass with no Vaseline. Because the villain, like what on Hannibal Monty say, the villain likes to get fucked with no Vaseline.
Forever. And yeah, I know I need to cut it down if they want to hear it in court.
Yeah.
Yeah, he fucked me. Yeah, he did it. It was him. Yeah, there you go. Well, then you don't get this kind of eloquency. You don't, or, eloquent description. You don't get this accuracy in there. So whatever, you're gonna pinpoint shit just like when I said relationship. And
I tried duct tape.
No, bitch.
Yeah, Robin, I tried duct tape. It didn't work either. Duct tape didn't work either. Not even super glue, not even crazy glue, not even contact cement, not even rubber cement.
Bitch, we didn't have a relationship. We met for 12 hours. I don't know who the fuck this guy is. Fuck this guy. He can eat my goddamn shit. And that's why.
No. Ethan Ralph can eat your shit because he likes to eat the poo-poo. Because he's a pig. Just like you, Letitia. You're a rage pig too. And yes, because of your nose, you are basically a rage pig too. Maybe you should hook up with Ethan Ralph. You're both rage pigs. Maybe you should go to Virginia and hook up with Ralph. Oh, wait, no. Yeah.
I want him in prison. Why not? I mean, a soul for a fucking soul. You offered me a soul so that your soul could end up.
I would like to see Jimbo the Sick Chomo get fucked with no Vaseline by a big black meaty sausage man. A big black meaty sausage with no Vaseline. But peanut butter and jelly in the ass. He's gonna be shitting peanut butter and jelly in prison. That's called lunch. Oh my god, I'm terrible. I am a sick fuck. I am a sick fuck and I need help. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. The villain likes to get fucked with no Vaseline. But I'm heel. But I'm a heel. I like to turn heel every once in a while. No. He needs to get... Ernie Shell needs to be in prison with a big black dude named Laquan. And yeah, Ethan Ralph is just... He is ridiculous. And Letitia is a rage pig too. So is Shani. Well, actually, Shani's a rage cow. She's a rage whale. Well, Shani's a land whale. Oh yeah, Ernie. Ernie needs to go to prison. Ernie needs to get fucked in the ass with no Vaseline.
Fucking having to... Because you didn't want to act right. I gave you a fucking week, bitch. I gave you a goddamn week.
You were extorting him, bitch. You were extorting Jason. And that's another charge, Letitia. That's another charge on your record. Extortion. Extortion is another charge on your record, Letitia. The more you open your mouth, they're going to show these videos to the court. And yeah, they're going to see that you're fucking insane. They're going to see that you're fucking loony. They're going to throw the book at you. You're going to go to jail. Well, you're probably going to go to prison. That, or you're probably going to end up in the nutted again. Because the system is fucked.
Of you knowing we were pregnant, even after that, I just disengaged. I didn't care about having a relationship with that piece of shit, but for some reason I continually thought about it.
Precious.
And then I realized, it's because that big-ass load he left me behind to have to deal with is right here still. That load turned into a human fucking being, and now here we are. And now everybody fucking knows our drama, and that's amazing, because I would rather have that than to hide it and feel ashamed for the rest of my life and gain a bunch of...
Blah, 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 blah. Nobody fucking cares. I'm going to speed this up. I'm going to fucking speed this up because, again, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what you think, you dumb bitch. Actually, I'm going to...
wait and be all hunched over because I'm sad about everybody. No, that's why I stand up straight now. I'm like, whatever. You can all eat my shit. Like, I'm done. I've been hunched over and beaten down enough in my life, and that's why I went off and I started working out and everything, because I know my truths are truths. Like, I was manipulated. I have nothing to hide. The fact that...
Your truths are truths. Yeah, you're full of shit, Letitia. And you should eat... No. You eat your own shit, Letitia. You eat your own shit. Fuck off.
my ex-husband did what he did too, and the loaded guns. I shouldn't have gotten in trouble. He should have gotten in trouble. He left me with the loaded guns. What's wrong with you people? I'm not allowed to have those things. Pew, 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 pew. He should be in prison for attempted murder, because that's what it is. If you force...
How many want to bet that she may have kept one of those loaded guns? How many want to bet that she may have kept one of those loaded guns? Maybe she has them. Maybe she doesn't. Who knows? Who fucking knows that she may or may not have had those loaded guns? She may have stolen them. She may have stolen those loaded guns. I don't know. But it wouldn't fucking surprise me if she did that. Should I do more videos like this? Some ASMR shit right here, folks.
Someone into committing suicide too. That's the same concept. There's a word for it. Pew pew. I should have my Tootsie. I shouldn't have to do all this negative stuff. I should just be doing positive things with a shit ton of fucking money, because you guys fucked up the fucking shit from the beginning, and even from the very beginning. Even from the very beginning when I got that disorderly conduct, when I was pregnant, and I told you
Holy
bitches,
fuck,
and you
4
slammed my ass on
hours?
the ground and was on top of me. That's how you dealt with me, because I was a girl that kind of looked attractive. My body was all right then. I know why you got down there and fucking forced me down, bitch. You're a sick pervert, that's why. So, yeah, you people are sick. There's something wrong with you. You got mental illness, and you're going around...
Once again, here she is projecting. Fuck off, Letitia. Nobody cares what you think. You're a hoe. You're a mentally unstable hoe with narcissistic personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder. You also have homicidal tendencies and suicidal tendencies. You've broken the law so many times. And there's a lot of charges on your rap sheet. You're going to jail, Letitia. You're going to fucking jail. And you're gonna get fucked by a big black woman named LaQuanda with a spiked dildo and no Vaseline. Okay, that's maybe that was a little too much. Okay, maybe that's a little too much.
I can...
I'm sorry, I'm sick. I'm fucking sick. I'm sorry, I've been drinking these Mountain Dew Mountain Dew energy. I've been hooked on these things because, again, I have bad fatigues. I suffer from chronic fatigues, and I need the boost. And not to mention, it's also good. It's also good for immune support and mental boost. Got some vitamin D, 90% vitamin D in it. Vitamin B. I suffer from vitamin B deficiency.
Arrest you. I can pew, pew, pew. I can shoot you. Yeah, no thanks. You're all fucking crazy. And here's my proofs to that shit. And that fucking officer that forced me into fellatio, as well as the orderlies that sexually abused me. And when I talked about it, people were, you shouldn't talk about what? Of course I should talk about it. Don't be ashamed. These people want you to shut up so they can continue on with their harassment and abuse. And so that they can kill off our little girls and abuse and sexually assault them. Fucking gross. We need to stand up for this, like, as soon as possible. And
those guns were not even loaded, but she loaded them, and they were not able to be fired anyhow. Hell, Letitia, if you still have your ex-husband's guns, I fear that you're planning something dangerous. I fear you be planning day of retribution. Heaven forbid you end up on the news and people start and politics start lobbying for stricter gun regulations because of you. I'm just saying.
He fired me because of my preference and my sexual trauma, and I did not want a man to check me gynecologically. I didn't want him sticking his hands all up in there. I already had a baby in there. No thank you, bitch. He should be fired. I should get all his fucking wealth. All that shit. It's the truth. Why are these people...
By the way, it's not really... I mean, I have signs... I usually end up getting fatigued, meaning that I end up getting exhausted. My brain goes on to systematic shutdown, and I need a mental boost. I really do need, like, mental boosts whenever I do this type of shit. Whenever I'm working on a project, or whenever I need to do something, and I need the extra energy. I need a little bit of vitamin B. Because usually I kind of have like a vitamin. I usually don't get much vitamin B, which I should. Because I end up crashing. I wouldn't say it's fatigue. It's just I end up crashing. Probably due to lack of sleep, because I'm a night owl. Why do you think I'm still live right now, even though it's like 2 a.m. or 4 o'clock in the morning where you're at?
Why are you looking at me? Plus, they put me on a shit ton of Xanax. That was their answer for stealing my child. They knew I was fucked up, and what was their answer? 90 bars of fucking Xanax that I tried to OD on twice. And they just allowed it. They continually allowed it because they wanted me caught up in that system. So I knew. I've seen it. I know it all. And people are like, what are you talking about? Oh, I've seen it. I know. I know how these pharmaceutical companies...
I don't know if they took the guns, but... I know she's not allowed to have guns, but... Does this look like the type of person who abides by the law? Or by the law? Who knows? She may have kept one of the guns somewhere hidden that they have left unchecked. I'm just saying.
Work, the medical company, everything, our educational records. I see beyond what the fuck they're doing. I see about the frequencies, the numbers, all the fucking shit. I may not know it precisely, but I'm catching on to you people. I've got my eye on you.
I got my eye on you, Letitia. Go to hell.
Acting all crazy and shit. I love you though. You guys are silly, and I'm not fearful of them.
I'm skipping it because again, you're a pathetic, evil woman. You are demon.
And shit that I was like reuptake inhibitors, I guess what you call it. Fuck my mom.
And you're fucking crazy. Maybe you should have had a permanent... I mean, Letitia is the type of person that would have been a permanent resident of the insane asylum pre-Reagan era. Like, and I'm not talking about like a rehab center or a center where people get help. No, I'm talking about one who flew over the cuckoo's nest type crazy. I'm talking like in Arkham Asylum, like an Arkham Asylum. She would have been a permanent resident in like an Arkham Asylum pre-Reagan era.
She's like, you're always with your hand on your hip and just... That's true. That is so true.
Yeah, Illuminati.
So yeah, you can eat my turds, and hopefully they're not all crusty today. I love everybody. I hope you're having a good day. Today is July 12th, 2022. 11/11 just happened.
Yeah.
That's fun. I wish for a proper family, a loving family.
Nutrients, then
I'm not supposed to
veggies.
share my wishes, but maybe that's why I've never gotten it, because I've shared that.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck what you think, Letitia.
Oh well. Oh well, I don't care.
And you know, I have now you know I'm not blowing my mic out. I'm doing whispers now. It's awesome. Some ASMR shit there. Maybe I should start doing videos like this where I'm whispering. I don't know. I'm sorry, it's just...
I just don't care. I'll make myself happy in one way or another. Sitting outside is still, I make do. And that's what I make my own positivity. July 12th, 2022, Leticia Collins Servin. Bye-bye.
Eat ass, Letitia. That's what you're good at.
How you guys doing? This is
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I think that's going to do it for tonight. It's really late here, and, yeah. If you like what I like, if you like this shit, again, and you want to see more, please hit that like button, share this with your friends, and subscribe. Hopefully soon that things will be better, and it won't be longer than... hopefully I won't, do this in like 3 in the morning. Because, again, it's late. But who knows? Anyway, thank you guys. Again, I want to thank Robin. I want to thank Auntie Green. I want to thank all the people that were in Miss Moonbear's chat earlier for dropping by. I also want to thank Miss Moonbear for donating $3 to the Help a Zilla Out Fund. And I also want to thank my mods for being the best that they are. You guys mean so much to me. And I love you guys all. And I think we're about to call it a night. And yes, it's about dick. Yes, don't forget, it's about dick. It's about penis. I didn't forget. It's about dick. It's about penis. It's about dick, Leti. It's about dick. Yeah, have a good night. Have a good morning. Don't do what I wouldn't recommend. Once again, thank you for sticking around. Thank you for watching. Thank you for showing up. That being said, I am Rickzilla, and I shall see you guys in the near future. Peace out, folks. Okay, that sounded creepy, but I don't give a fuck. Good night. Good morning.